Welcome everyone to the 201st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, December 7th, 2017. And once again, we are honored to be here with Mr. Keshe of the Keshe Foundation and other knowledge seekers that will be speaking in today's workshop. And I think we're ready to go with Mr. Keshe. I'm Rick Crammond, your host for today. And I believe Mr. Keshe is ready and willing and able, as we know.
Good morning, good day to you, wherever and whenever you listen to these Knowledge Seekers Teachings workshops. I think we're getting more able and we're getting to know more, and our capabilities reaching beyond understanding of some of our own knowledge seekers, and in so many cases, collectively we are understanding that we are gaining access to a knowledge that we all had, we all have, but through different methods or through lack of confidence, we lost trust in using it. We saw and will see a lot of Keshe Foundation supporters, followers will and start running into understanding the power of the soul. The first 2 or 3 months, as I always said, when we introduced, like the time 3-4 years ago, we went from the gas reactors into the GANS reactors and then into plasma. There was a lot of confusions. We've done so much this now, but they couldn't see that it was a progress to understand the next step. Now many Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers are moving on. They are becoming aware of power of themselves, their soul, finding out they are the sun, they are the shining star, and detaching themselves and trying to live in the borderline of physicality and operation of the soul. In a way, the operation of the soul has led to the physicality of the man. And this is the time, and this is the point where a lot of people are getting confused. How come I used and I dependent on the matter, on the material condition to be tangible, but I never knew myself that I'm the creator of it? If you understand one of the most fundamental principles of all this teaching, if you understand what I'm going to say in the next 2 minutes maybe, then you see a new horizon. Then you understand a new dimension in life. I could not bring you to this point if you did not become gradually educated in the line. If you look, if you understand, we spoke about the soul of the man, which in the filter of the brain of the man leads to the creation of physicality of the man. The filter is a matter filter. It's the plasma of the brain tissue. It takes the rays of the sun millions of kilometers to slow down enough that in interaction with the gravitational magnetic field of the earth to manifest itself in matter GANS state of oxygen or carbon or whatever. If we put more material between earth and the sun, we can produce the matter state of oxygen somewhere in Venus, somewhere much closer to the sun, because we absorb the strength of the energy. The brain of the man, the soul of the man, is that material between the sun and the earth. This is why we have different density in the brain structure of the man. This is the cleverness of this star, the soul of the man. That instead of waiting for the fields to slow down, that millions of kilometers lead to creation of the structures like Earth, feeding it, like Saturn and Jupiter. The soul of the man, through his collective work, has condensed that reduction of space in billions of kilometers into a few centimeters of the tissues of the brain of the man. Where when the field in the strength reduces, at a given point becomes information for the strength, for the arm, for the finger, for the tissue of the man. So we understand the sun has soul, but not much control in the dimension of the span. In a smaller, more powerful, with much more cleverness, the soul of the man has his own soul, his own understanding. I made man in the image of myself. He has feeling, he has emotion. It can convert his emotion to position of grabbing, creating to absorb energy, increasing his strength to gravitate more energy to it. He's become very clever. He has created the brain tissue that now he gets the hand to grab the energy. An apple, an egg, a fish. This is what we have to understand. This is what is the difference between macro and micro. But when you become micro, you understand more. When you become macro, you still understand the same, but you decide different dimensions. So if you comprehend this, then you understand why even we have a brain. How we have changed the gravitational magnetic field to the arm, and how we have changed the magnetical to legs to walk away from, hand to gravitate to grab. That's how simple and how intelligent the soul of the man is. It's the soul which has manifested his wish or his power of plasma into the physicality of arm and a leg. And then in doing so, it needs a connection of the interaction. We call it emotion. I burn, I retract. Because then if I lose the arm, I cannot grab the energy which was setting. I need it for the physical part. Then if you comprehend this, you come to a bigger picture. Much, much bigger picture. Which is necessary for us to understand. And that is, it's the soul of the man who decides at what point, in what shape, in what dimension, wants to manifest itself according to the emotion of the environment which he likes to manifest itself into. And if you come to this understanding, you don't work with your emotion between the physicality and the soul. You work with the emotion of the soul. Then life has no dimension. My wish is my command. Then matter state of physicality becomes irrelevant. Then whatever is in the matter state, even the brain, understanding, intuition, all become part of the work of the soul, not work of the brain of the man, after filtration. This is a huge power in the hand of the soul. This is understanding, comprehending the totality. And then, if you comprehend this, you come to a huge point. It's what Dr. Parviz calls collective consciousness. Your soul operates to manifest what it needs in agreement, cooperation, collaboration with the other souls. That collectively all the souls in the term of physicality find peace. Collective consciousness is not the consciousness of the physicality, it's the consciousness of the soul of the man. And if we understand this, we comprehend it, as many of you are moving in this direction very fast. Thousands and thousands of Keshe Foundation supporters have started moving, have started testing in their power. If I wish, would I get? If I do, is it there? And I said in the teaching last couple of weeks, change the wish to can. I can change it. I can collectively, in operation with the other souls, which I give them the pleasure to exist, achieve what I want. And interesting enough, when the wish is done, it takes sometimes centuries for it to appear, because it was the wish to be done. Does not matter what sacrifices in between has been made. I explain this later on. So what we understand, what we have to work on, many of you have started questioning your own existence, questioning your own power. Is this mine? How come I wished and it happened, but how come I can, but I didn't know? It's very much like you have never sat in front of the computer game console and your child puts it in your hand. Says, I never played, I can't do. Grandpa, touch, you will know. And then when you get the console, when you get the control in your hand, you can play with the grandchild. Says, my God, I can. I never knew. It wasn't my wish. I wasn't aware of my own power. I wasn't aware of my own intellect and abilities. And this is why in past few weeks I say to you, change the wish to can. Because now you're aware of capability, you don't need to wish. And this is where the power of the soul comes in. In one of my recent talks, in past 2 or 3 weeks, I put a word in and none of you understood. Go back and listen. In all the years of me teaching, I never brought the word of Sepah into my conversation as the military section decision making of the Iranian government. In the military respect to His Eminence Ayatollah Khamenei. In my other teachings, I brought the Privy Council and the Queen into the operation of the work of the United Kingdom kingship. You might have thought, why he's put now this in? Because in the wish to create peace in Middle East between the Saudis and Iran, the key factor was Sepah, nobody else. And I wished the leader of Sepah become wise to understand there is no need for conflict. We are Iranians, we are a peaceful nation. The solution has to be found within the soul of the Sepah's leadership, and it has been found. It's not that it was my wish, because I had the knowledge and I could. You will see the Middle East war will come to an end. And we respect and we salute those who came through their soul to the conclusion. It's not coincidental. It is because I can. I don't need to wish. This is the message to the American government. Peace in the Middle East has been achieved through the wishes of what we wish. Because I don't need my soul to interfere with the media. I need my soul to accommodate the wishes of all, which was peace between all, but accommodating all to be able to prove they are in leadership. And that's been done. We will see the end of the Yemen war in Saudi. We will see the end of the conflict in Middle East, in Persian Gulf with Saudis. It'll take time, but the comprehension of enlightening the souls has been achieved. The same we've seen in past 48 hours, the declaration of Jerusalem to become the capital of Israel. That's not new. That was the wish of the Moses. That was the wish of Muhammad, and that was the wish of the Christ. But the beauty of it is, now there should not be any conflict, but become the consciousness of the oneness of the religions and the end of the religion faith. A lot of people are concerned about the American move into Jerusalem, but this has been promised in 2017, will happen thousands of years ago. The man is just a tool to carry the wishes of the creation. Collective consciousness. This is what in my teachings in the past I explained, it'll be the end of the religion. Because now with this move, are we going to destroy all the Muslim sections, all the Christian sections, all the Jews section, or collectively we agree it's a holy city? And if we agree it's holy for all of us, and we all believe in one God, it's the end of religion. This sudden moves has a bigger plan. This is what we call collective consciousness. When it's explained in this way, you understand. I wrote to the Earth member of the Council very recently. There's now going to be a conflict. The worst thing that President Trump could do, move the capital to Jerusalem. This is not the beginning of war between the religions, it's the end of the religions, and this has been our wish. When we all believe in one piece of land and God has appeared in 3 different houses in it under the name of Judaism, Catholicism, or Christianity or Muslim, then it must be one God. He just comes through different doors, he's got different houses. The essence of the Creator clarifies the mistakes of the religions. Now you understand. It's been and it'll be collective decision that us as a human race want peace. And collectively will come to achieve it because collectively our souls are wishing for it, not is our wish. The soul suffers when the physicality suffers, because it has to receive its gravitational magnetic fields back to itself, and it sees the reduction in its strength. When the Earth was created on the boundaries of the solar system, as it reduced and it gained more strength of gravity and less of the magnetical, the sun had to pull it back, and it's going back in. And he has to take whatever is left in between, it did not bring back with itself. Then it's the same with the soul of the man. This is what these teachings are about. Not about you making a Magrav system to heat yourself. You should have understood and be able to heat yourself through your soul, that the physicality heat becomes irrelevant. Now you understand the power of the soul of the man. The consciousness, which is interaction between the fields of itself, the gravity and magnetic fields, to create the dimension of the physicality of the entity it decides to manifest itself into. This is where this teaching are taking us. Many, many, many of you have started testing. I hear, I see, I feel, I understand, and collectively we are moving in that direction. To create wars is becoming, and they'll become so difficult that they'll give up from now on. So much arms has been made to create war in Middle East. Nowhere else, because these guys are very sentimental. They are very name of the God connected. Christians, Jews, Muslims, Sunnis, Shias, Catholics, Protestants, Orthodox Jews and the rest of it. We use their emotional stupidity to control their physicality, and we sell some material which collected, call it arms, to them. And now, with the moves which is getting made because of the understanding of the man itself, nobody is going for the war. And this is the collective wish of us, peace. We have evolved in our physical dimension to understand this. And we can, because we are the provider of the energy through our soul. Is not our wishes. Now we are understanding the power of our creation, where we are in charge of, where we are in control, and we can. We don't need to wish. This is what it is. This is what you have to understand. This is what you have to catch up. Not for us to become into the GANs and matter and the reactors. It's you who have to understand. It is the power within you, within the structure of the soul of the man, which you are in control of his emotion. We used to negotiate with people. Now we deliver our wishes to the souls, and we let the people to negotiate our wishes. The Trojan in the work of the religion was President Trump. And now he has brought it in. We thank his soul. But now is the end of the religions, because now we have to. Up to now was Jerusalem, was Mecca, was Vatican. Now we are all in one place. We have to face it. We have to accept it. And if we all say there is one God, and you call it this and I call it that, but it's the same one, why do we have the religions for to fight with? We believe in one God, which is us in creation. Now you understand. I wrote to the member of the Earth Council, this is the beginning of the war. Not war by gun, it's the war by consciousness of the soul of the man. Collective consciousness. Now, build as many reactors as you like. Build as many, many, many weapons as you like. The totality of the soul of the man has moved a step up into the peace, into the direction of entering in the universal community through the action of the soul of the man and not the physicality, because the physicality will follow. I feel sorry for those youngsters who now have proudly entered defense technology in Western world companies, because the guy who's cleaning a street will have a job. The man who is in defense street has to join the toll queue and wish the sweeper collects enough wages that he pays taxes that he can live. The game has changed. We will see through this operation change of governments, position of governments in the coming time. and we put our full support in technology development in the hand of the Chinese government. A peaceful nation which built walls to have a peaceful nation for its people, to keep the animals out. Now we extend the wall to the whole of humanity through Chinese government. All our knowledge, edge of technology, space technology, energy, agriculture will come through Chinese. Because a peaceful nation brings peace. And we see that in the leadership of Chinese government. In my last 2 visits to China in past few months, we guaranteed and we gave our obligation to peace, and we understand. Our agreement with the government is solid. We have to understand collectively, consciously, we have moved in that direction. We wished, we wanted, the Keshe Foundation team moved in position to guarantee the emotion of the peace in sharing knowledge, and it was understood. We are in every nation, we touch the soul of the people of every nation, not their bank accounts, not their physical life, but we teach them, we put them in position, we agree with them, it's time for change, and they understand. Now start understanding the power of your soul that you can. And those of you who've done wrong now have to put it right in your own soul through your physicality. We have to understand ourselves. The power of our own soul, which we have seen how it's made, how it works, how it creates its power through the nano, the GANs, the cores, the fields of the cores, and then through it, through its existence, conformation, that we are the fields, we are the essence of the creation. We take side towards peace. We take side towards collective understanding of move in bringing humanity into universal community. But we have to allow the beauties to show. We have to allow the mistakes of the past to be corrected, because be it the soul of Libby, be it the soul of me, be it the soul of Rick, be it the soul of people in China, in Australia, in Africa, has become one. Collectively, our soul has committed itself to peace, and collectively we are changing the environment of this planet. Because up to now, we went marching on the streets for peace. Now collectively we put our souls, that energy brings peace to those who have a different agenda. The biggest achievement of Trump's leadership was and will be bringing, recognizing Jerusalem as the capital of the State of Israel, which means now we are in close conflict. It's not the human anymore. Now religions have to fight, which were abusing the soul of the man. Trump becomes the man who unified the religions, and we'll see. Because he put his point in to bring the physicality. We won't see house to house arrest. We won't see house to house fighting in Jerusalem. Because if We've seen what came out from Vatican yesterday, what comes out of Islamic world yesterday. They're all fighting for one God. And that one God, collective consciousness, is us as human beings. And now we dictate. Because we can dictate peace, because in the world, in the dimension of the soul of the man, there is no war. Now the war is between the bank accounts and powerhouses, which now they find they cannot find something else to fight. Because the Jews will meet the Muslims in the streets of Jerusalem, sort out the problem somewhere else. The Christians will meet the Jews to sort out somewhere else. So now Jerusalem become the house of negotiation of peace in the blood of Abraham. And nowhere else, because it doesn't touch China, it doesn't touch anywhere else. It's just for them. And this restless child, with this move, has come to peace. Now, you can, you do, you call it a wish, make your wish. We still have to go through the processes of everything else. Feeding, supplying, finding materials, finding clothing, because our soul has decided this dimension of existence. We have to understand, we used to have the marches which led to the revolutions, which changed the change of policies and governments and the kings. Now we have the marches of the souls in collective consciousness, wanting peace, which does not need to march on the streets, but gathers strength and power that changes to no king, no leadership, equality and peace. I have achieved my aim, and these few moves in the past few days, according to the wish of us collectively wanting peace, has been completed. Out of nowhere, suddenly we're going to bring Jerusalem in. It was our wish. They served as servants. We can, and we are delivering. Now we have to create the tools and the toys that it keeps the physicality busy. The rest has been done. The process of unification of man through collective consciousness of peace, which has taken place in step by steps, was the key to the admission of man to universal community. It was a mandate to me, and I've delivered. Collective consciousness of the souls of the universal community to bring peace on this planet, and to deliver an ambassador who knew how to do it. We are the Messiah. I am the Mahdi. I am the return of Christ. I am the return of Moses, the Messiah, because we all are collectively, because it's not I anymore, it's us collectively. This is your mission, this is your job, and you have to understand you can. Let those who find problem with this to find answer in their souls, not in their guns. You have to understand and practice to understand the power of can than what you thought was the wish somebody will bring. To be able to do this, you need to exercise. It will not come by moving a cup anymore. Is by giving that brings peace to someone, that they move the cup for themselves, not for you. Because they need it more than you do. Because you know you don't need to raise the cup, because you can tap into universal energy to receive the energy of what is in the cup and take as much as you need and no more. You don't need to keep a full cup of water on the table that you might want need a sip of water, and you find another man dying because you held everything inside by depriving him. You give the cup, and by him having to be able to have the drink, to sip from the cup, he will bring the cup to feed you, not by expectation, but as a thanks. One becomes a servant, not to be served, but to be able to reach the servant that I am serving you. The time of kingship is over. First of all, we have to understand the time of the kingship of our soul in respect to our physicality is over, then we can translate it into the real life. We will see in the coming time that the manufacturing companies of arms and conflict gradually will come up with new dimensions and new technologies, which mainly will be around the production of the new plasma technology. Because they still want to be profitable, they still want to be able to make money that they can pay their workers and their creditors, and the old game in town is over. Nobody's buying broken buckets. Why do you make it? I thank, through my soul, the soul of President Trump. He's delivered our wish. I thank the soul of President Xi of China for bringing the message of peace. Through correct conduct, through development of technologies and structures in China that collectively elevates the whole of humanity in industry, in knowledge and technology. This is the way to do it. In my last visit into China, we have got a good understanding of Chinese leadership work, and we thank them for their hospitality, and we thank them for what they have taken on shoulder to bring peace on humanity. The problem is us to understand our power. Today for me is the birthday of the Father, and it's precious. Go inside your inner being and try the way you made the Ganses to see if it creates something, if it has the power. Now understand you have a permanent reactor which is radiating. You don't need to buy the power source to rotate it to see if a power comes out. You know it exists. You know it's there because it has led to your creation. And you understand that I did not have access to this gem. Now I do. Now I don't need the intermediary of the brain to put me in touch with my soul to give me what I want. I get rid of the middleman, which is the emotion of physicality and the use of the brain of the man. This is what we need to understand, and this is what was missing from vocabulary of the power of the man to understand. That we need an intermediary between the sun and the earth and the interaction of the field of the earth to create the oxygen and the hydrogen that it led in interaction to the creation of amino acid that it led to creation of me. And then I created another intermediary called the brain of the man between what I've gathered from the sun to be my soul to create a physicality. So we become the subsidiary of the subsidiary of the subsidiary of a bigger company. Now we understand the company has one central management, one central control, that is the purity of the thought and emotion of the soul. When the sun radiates the light, the energy, the field, it doesn't decide this is going to my little sun, the earth, or it goes to my bigger sun, Jupiter or Venus. It releases it, everybody takes what it needs according to their need. And this is what has become the soul of the man. We have to understand this, that we can step into the next cycle. We do not need intermediary in the name of God, in the name of whatever. We need the understanding of the operation of our souls that does not need no intermediary. When you want bread, you don't know how to make it, you go to the baker. But when you learn how to bake a bread, you never put a foot in the bakery, because you make your own bread to your own taste, to your own pleasure, that it satisfies your soul. Now we have to learn the process. That there is no baker between the bread and the pleasure of us in eating it. We don't need no faith, we don't need no others who gives us and fools us in space that I know the God, you want me to take it to you, you call me the prophet this or prophet that. We all know the path to the Creator. And that is the gift with this knowledge, with these teachings. It's you who have to decide. In time to come, these teachings will become the norm of humanity. Up to now, Christ said, Hadith of Muhammad, Baha'u'llah had somebody to correct his writing, but now you hear the word of God from the mouth of God, the Creator, through the intermediary of the soul of the man. It's you who have to understand, and you need no intermediaries. And if you understand this, there is no soul who will ever destroy. It accommodates that he exists and let other exist, and it's a peaceful coexistence. Rick, can we have your board of magnets, please?
Yes, sure, Mr. Keshe. Let me get that started up here.
You got to understand, this is the process we have started. And we've done a lot of work in the background. This week, I spent in past week trying to establish different ways to get the message. And I set out to get the message. And 2 days ago, 3 days ago, the message came that the souls have accommodated. And then it was strange, they've been told that they are going to make such a move. We already knew We wanted the confirmation, the physicality has received the message. Dr. Parviz, as the member of the Earth Council, we have respected your wishes. You see these magnets all have fields, and all collectively have decided this is the position we take. The shape, the size, the color is irrelevant. Because collectively, I have decided with the other magnet on the other side that this is the position I take for him to be there. Each magnet, as you see, you can compare it to soul of one of you. If I bring one of these magnets close enough to a position, near to another, even though you cannot see the interaction of the fields, because these fields are dynamic all the time, leads to creation of a matter in the state of the power of the magnets. So every one of them is capable to create matter states at the dimension strength of the field of the transition between the two, and every one has a capability of manifestation of physicality. You call one the sun, you call one the earth, you call one the soul of the man, and you call the other one the soul of physicality. Why do we call it the soul of physicality? Because it has a soul that in dimension of its existence, in interaction with the fields of the soul and the earth, has led to manifestation of its physical dimension. This is exactly what Peter showed us months ago. The interaction of the fields of the soul of the man and the physicality soul in interaction with the third dimension, which is the fields of the earth, has led to the creation of physical manifestation of the man. This is, if you understand, a matter is made, a matter state manifestation of the existence as we look, exist on this platform. Each one of these fields, each one of these magnets in interaction with each other are creating different matter states amongst each other and between each other. Because they need them to decay that the others can use. Collective consciousness of sharing collectively the totality of the energies which is available. You want to understand this? This is the state of peace. This is the state, in a matter state we can achieve, but in the physical state of the man we have not understood. In the interaction of my knowledge and my physicality with your knowledge and your physicality, we make a bread. That's the physical manifestation of our interaction of the fields. We make a car, we make a pen. In the interaction of between the soul of the man and the soul of physicality, we make the human body. In the interaction, in presence of the third dimension of the field, which is the earth. In the interaction of the sun and the soul of fields and Jupiter and Saturn and Earth, we make other things. Because each one has a soul of itself. The sooner we understand this, the sooner we achieve the state of the magnets we see on this board with the soul of the man, then collectively we have entered into a new dimension, which is a collective universal community, collective peace, collective consciousness of peace. Just move any of these magnets, Rick. We all have to move to accommodate a peaceful transition. Doesn't matter about the size. You see, when he releases it, it moves back and the other one comes into scene. Because this is where we are all at peace. You make a wrong move, the whole thing collapses. This is what we have to step into. This is what we collectively have to realize. Very much we move in, we create a condition that does not allow the others to create conflict, and we move out. Collectively, human race is coming and achieving the position. Peace, through the operation of the soul of the man, is the cornerstone of the peace on this planet. And now collectively we have decided we do not use the foot, we do not use a pen, we decide through the soul. The most advanced technologies which has been made by man to create the tools of war is perfect. Because we needed that knowledge now to transfer it into making the tool of peace. It's just a different application. It's just making a tank or using the same metal to make a piano. One kills and one is a music to the ear. As I said in my teachings in past few weeks, collectively in understanding, we're triggering the souls to understand their power. Because up to now, by keeping man away from the truth of his own power through the name of religions and gurus or whatever, that they could gain power, now we give the power back to the soul of the man. That no one can abuse it, except if the man decides to abuse himself. Another magic by Mr. Rick Crammond. Just move, no, wait. Go back. Pull it back. Pull the big one back altogether, yeah. Bring the other magnets in, the way they were. You will see something very, very interesting, if you haven't noticed. Now, just move the magnet, the big magnet, just a little bit in, which is the soul of the man. Just a little bit more, little bit more. Okay, now try, stop. Now try to move the inner ring in that thing towards them. Don't touch anything else. Try to keep the black one solid and then move that. You see, the soul of the man is the control of the physicality. And in so many ways, the physicality is the controller of the soul of the man. And we don't need that intermediary. The little ring to start with is the soul of the man. In the gap between itself and the black one creates a bigger physicality manifestation of the body of the man. But internally, it dictates the position in respect to the others. And vice versa. When the physicality joins the soul of the man, does the same game. Yin and yang, yang and yin, is all the same. In so many ways, those who think and are worried what is going to happen, they should be confident that nothing is going to happen, because they can create peace. They can influence, because a little magnet, as you see, dictates the move of the others. The problem with us is, it took us 4 years to get here. And the problem with us is taken 6,000 years to fool the man. What we wanted to reign, it reigned because we wished for, and it was the desire of us, because our soul would have been hurt. And in that process, we didn't need to sacrifice a virgin, that the soul of the virgin changes the dimension of the physicality, that it leads to confirmation of the change, which is the rain. Raining in the heart, more than physicality of the rain from the sky. It's the raining of the heart in loss of a life has created the rain in physicality, because it was the wish, and that was what man never understood. Because we can't, we don't need to sacrifice, we need to comprehend the principle. And now, gradually, with these teachings, the humanity is moving in that direction. As I said before, someone said to me, Mr. Keshe, it took Christ and it took Moses tens of decades to become in numbers that you have become in less than half a decade. Because this time we have come to change. We have not come to rob. We have come to teach, and when you teach, you move fast. Because all of us understand. The followers of the Keshe Foundation at this moment, in less than 5 years since we started public teaching in mainstream, past 10 years totally, has passed the number of the followers of Christ, Moses and Jesus in the first at least 3 centuries of their lives. Collectively, we have decided, and collectively we bring the change. Because every soul of one of us has the power to do, is that we were not aware of our own power. Now we are. And now we can, because we don't need the dimension of physicality to go and march. We know within the wishes of our soul, we can change. To let the other souls know, I'm not happy with the war. And I'm sure you're not happy too. You find a position, because I'm a man of peace. then the tools are made for that to be achieved. I achieve peace on my time on this planet, and there will be everlasting peace. Because we open the man, his eyes, to his physical eye, that he is in power of the control of peacefulness. And if he does not want, as we've seen, I don't want conflict, the magnet moves away. I stay there, but I'm not prepared to fight. I take my distance, but we are all at peace. This is what you call collective consciousness. Because we have all become collectively conscious that there is no need now. We know the power that we can produce everything we need, the knowledge of the universe in our hand to kill, to destroy. To see another package of energy as food, as a stealing. Thou shalt not steal. When you take a bite in the flesh of a meat, you have stolen from the soul of the animal. Now, understand the true meaning of thou shalt not steal. Man becomes correct when he loses his digestion system, that he does not commit a crime to kill another. Till then, man will go through the process of conversion. Man will not commit a crime by looking at another one's partner, because he knows he has achieved true partnership in soul. Man will not do anything wrong because it works through his soul and not through his physicality. And the process has started. This was our wish, and we have achieved our wish. This was the whole purpose of this time cycle of messengers. That you all realize the time has come to use the power that you can, and you do not need to leave another. This is going to be very harsh for those who benefited by stealing from the soul of the others. But in time, what they've stolen will be used in the benefit of the man to teach to those. The houses of God, be it the church, the mosque, the synagogues, will become the place of teaching of the foundations technology of understanding of the soul. And when they all teach the same, is there any other God but one? Now you understand. It's no use going and destroying all the churches, and it's no use going and destroying all the mosques, and it's no use going and destroying all the synagogues, killing the Jews, the Muslims, the Christians. Now the Muslims, the Jews, the Christians as human race will go to these places to learn. These are the houses of the soul of the man, not the views of the man. And then collectively you'll find out there is only one God, and this is the operation of the correct operation of the soul of the man. So we have done with the temples, and we have done with the mosques and the churches, because even the religious leaders are made of the same, and they will walk the same. This is what I can and I will do, and I have done. I don't wish, because I know it was a term that man could understand. Now you understand. I can, I have come to do, and I will do, and it's done. Now let us work collectively to understand the technology more, that in the process we become more aware of the games of physicality, how we can enjoy it, not that we need it. This is what I said, when they understood the technology fully, everything else we do will be out of the pleasure of to see what happens, and not I need to do to please give from my physicality for it to suffer. Going to a lab to make a machine to see if it can fly sideways while it's going up and down, it'll become a pleasure. Because I don't need to worry about the money, because the money is there, which is no need for me, because I know how to tap to the energy. I don't go hungry, I have enough to do. I go and see what other games we do. This is how the universe works. There are no banks and no churches and no credit card. It's the time to enjoy and be part of the creation. We have no factories in the universe that the man has to give from his suffering of his soul to be able to find something to feed himself. Now we make it available. The way we have enlightened the leaders of different groups and organizations, that they're becoming to understand there is no need to war, because this is not in our intention. Now we start understanding the process of peace through not wasting time, but being in pleasure. I go and open a cafe, the coffee comes, I serve. Because I see the others coming in, sitting down and taking a pleasure, I have served. Because I have in my power to create a coffee in the same cup. It tastes the Turkish coffee to one, it tastes the Irish coffee to the other, and it'll be a cup of tea to the other one, but it's the same water. But it gives the pleasure to have them with me, that I can serve to see their pleasure. Now we understand the total process, and now is for us to make the change that we can, and we do not need to wish. Any questions?
Well,
Sorry, Topoli has a question.
yes, go ahead. Okay. And what would you like to say about that?
He says, I want food. You brought me to look after me, feed me.
Ah, you mentioned food, and that activated him. Mm-hmm.
We have accepted responsibility for him, and he gives us so much pleasure.
Jan in the live stream is inspired today with what you said, and said when you mentioned that at one point during the last 2 minutes was fantastic, and he's asking to repeat several times so that everyone gets it. The part when you said how the bread is created, how the man is being created, and other elements. So, but to that, I would say that you tend to retell the story in many different ways so that we do, so that everyone does get it eventually. So, but I don't know if you want to recreate part of that story again.
The beauty of the teaching is that it's recorded. I don't need to say, just replay. And every time you listen to it, to the same sentence, you get a different emotion and different understanding.
That's a really good point, actually.
In the past, it used to be the word of the mouth, and it became Chinese whisper. Now we have the recording, and it's the exact word the way you said. You got to understand in a very simple way. Excuse me, I spoke about the coffee, and Madame is making her coffee. That's where the noise comes from, Italian coffee machine. The point with the present teachings is that there is no Chinese whisper. When I teach, specifically in certain times, it comes through the soul of the creator. My mouth is the physical transformation of the knowledge. I've been aware of the existence of the soul of the creator within my soul from the time when I accepted the mission. The choice of the body and the physicality has been promised centuries ago, thousands of years ago. And in reality, this way, we had to wait for the technology and development of the understanding of the man that there are no more hadiths. There are no more storytellers with the Chinese whispers to suit the man. You hear the word of the Creator at the time when it's spoken. And that's all it is. Never claim it and shall never be claimed. In Farsi we say, گر خواهی نشوی رسوا همرنگ جماعت شو. It means if you don't want to stand out, become part of the crowd. And when you are part of the crowd, you can dictate which way the crowd to go, because they follow you. And this is the way we have come this way. We have taken a position to create peace, and we shall achieve peace. All the guns, all the hatreds, all the opposition to us is meaningless. It just shows more and more of their incapability, more and more of their weakness, more and more of what we can, we do, we deliver, and this is what the humanity needs, because in totality, we are fed up of destruction. We hear the soul of the man and we respond to it. We see a mother giving life to a child to become a soldier, to be the pride of his nation. Because she wants to be powerful. I can bring to be a nation that we control. But when the bullet goes and that child dies, the mother curses herself and suffers for life. What happened to my son? Outside she might be proud that my son lost his life for the nation, but inside she cries the loss. And this is what our purpose is. Not to have the cry, not to have the pride, not to have the pain, and not to pretend to be joyful. This is what teachings are. The faster we come into it, you don't need to go back. All my teachings are recorded. You hear it, as we say in English, from the horse's mouth. No one can interpret it. The minute you ask for somebody to interpret what it means, what he says, it means you have not understood part of the teaching. Go back, understand it, then you have elevated yourself. You don't need no messengers, you don't need no mullahs, ayatollahs, no priests, no Vatican, no churches, no whatever you want to call them, to interpret it for you. Because when they interpret, you have become a slave to their interpretation, because they can use it. This is the beauty of the present time. Education for all. Everybody can read, everybody can listen, everybody can comprehend. And the beauty of it is now, you can educate yourself. So, you want the recording? You want me to explain in different ways? It's the same story. But now, you have the recording. Just press replay. Then there is no Chinese whisper. Any other question?
Well, Jan does mention that he actually understood, but he just wished that everyone else could get it too, and I think that's mainly why he was asking for the replay. But
Don't
for
worry,
those,
everybody understood according
they
to
can
the
all replay if they wish as well. So it includes everyone. Strangely, we don't have many questions. We have one attendee with their hand up. I don't know the person. It's Shota Ninua. Do you want to take a chance, Mr. Kesh, and see what the question is?
We always have a mute button, don't we?
Yes. Okay, I'll allow them to talk and we'll see what happens.
Very strange, we don't see Azar today.
Shota.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello everybody. Hi,
If you,
Mr. Kesh. How are you?
if you can tell us who you are
I'm
and where you're
Shota
from.
from Australia.
Okay.
From
Can you
Australia.
repeat again, please? We have an
My name
interference.
is Shota from Australia,
Yes.
Melbourne. I have question about I'm from Georgia actually, and Georgians are Orthodox Christians, and one of the things that they believe, like we believe in, is that every Orthodox Easter, there's they call it like a miracle. It happens on Orthodox Easter in Jerusalem, where Jesus was laid on that stone. Um, Holy fire comes over. That's how they explain it, and only for the Orthodox people, like in church. And I would love to understand this. Why is it so, and how can we explain it? And they say that it doesn't burn for a few hours. And I don't know,
You
how can we
see,
explain it?
there is no, you should have answered it yourself.
Yeah, actually, I've answered it already, but I wanted to
So let
confirm
us know
something.
what is your answer. Let enlighten us. We
It's
learn.
a plasma. It's a plasma, of course. It's a blue fire. What they say, and it happens only on Easter, only on what is it called, on Orthodox Easter. And what I don't understand, why is it only on Orthodox Easter that happens, and why still so many scientists try to explain it and understand it and measure it, but all they um, uh, could find that they just measure some kind of radiation, not the radiation, the magnetical fields, but they can explain it properly. So my understanding is that it's a plasma, but how it's created, I'm not sure. So I would like to.
No, let's go through it by yourself, not by me,
Yes.
because you are intelligent enough and you are disciplined
Yes. So
enough
well, my
that you can
understanding is
explain
that
it.
it's a plasma. It's a plasma. It creates
No,
itself.
go back on the time and the event.
Yes. Basically, it happened. It happens on a place. It's a tomb, Jesus Christ tomb, where he was laid before he was buried. So now it's built. The small church is built around it, and only Orthodox.
Can we analyze it, open it up,
Yeah.
that for you as a Christian to explain to us that does a Jew or a Muslim see the same light, or is it just available to the Christians?
No, everybody
To
can
see the
see
light.
it. Everybody can see it, but only comes over on a Orthodox church representative, the high priest, I would say.
Can you tell
That's
us
how it
what's the
is.
origin of it?
I'm not sure exactly. Well, I can read it in on the internet. What does it say? Orthodox tradition holds that the holy fire happens annually on a day preceding Orthodox Easter, in which a blue light emanates with the Jesus Christ tomb, where the Jesus body was placed for burial, which eventually forms a column containing a form of fire, from which candles are lit, which are then used to light the candles of the clergy and pilgrimage in attendance. Fire is also said to spontaneously light other lamps and candles around the church, pilgrimages, and clergy claim that holy fire does not burn them.
Can
Yes,
we, you got to interpret it for us. We are Muslims, we are Jews, we are different path of belief.
I'm not.
No.
um,
You wrote it, you understand it, your knowledge is equal to the knowledge of that priest and the prophet of the past. Go to your soul and
yes,
explain to us. This is what you have to do in a space to
exactly.
siphon
That's why
reality.
I asked that question. Yes.
No, you don't need to
Um,
ask. You are knowledgeable enough now to understand. First of all, do we see the candles lit one by one by themselves physically,
yes,
or do they
yes.
candle the light of the man, that the fields
Mm,
of the physicality lights the light of the candle? We had a discussion yesterday in Caroline's teaching by Jalal,
yes.
sorry. And this is something I tell you, and then I hope you can enlighten us, because now they cannot call
Okay.
you to threaten you, because you are exactly in this position as Alex was 2 years ago, bringing a bead on, yeah? Or when we show the Magna system. There is a purpose you are here, and this is very important. There is a reason you are here this time and this minute and bring such a thing after these teachings. It's not coincidental. But we have to understand. And for you, if a man at your level, coming from the Orthodox Jew, Christian background in Georgia, which comes most probably from somewhere in Middle East in the background, somewhere from whatever that you are, and now you're going to Australia, there is a purpose for it.
Yes.
Let's explore the purpose. Let's understand it, that you explore it, we don't teach it.
Mm.
Yesterday, Jalal brought 2 points in the teaching. One was that there are twins somewhere in Middle East, that every day by the daylight, they go paralyzed in arm and leg, they can't do anything. And when there is a sunset, they can move. And then there is a girl in Iraq, he says, that during the day she grows hair and at night all the hair falls off.
Yes.
He asked, can you explain this? And in so many ways, Jalal, are you on the line? Is he in the background with us? Can we see him? Or he's not there today?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Okay, Jalal, you're a Muslim, you have a Christians, and you both speak about the same thing in different dimension. You explain what happened in those 2 cases, that through the light of the soul of a Muslim, a Christian can understand the manifestation of his own prophet. That he doesn't believe, but he understands for the future.
Can I do it in 20 minutes, sir? Because I'm at work and there will be a lot of noise here.
Am I allowed to do the explanation?
Yes, please. That will be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Now a Jewish, Muslim, Baha'i brought up has to teach you a lot, but it's all names. Forget about it. The reason that I don't believe in any of the religions, because I know through my soul that was a game to guide a man. There was nothing wrong with it. But man could not understand and he had to mature step by step. I'm nor a Jew, nor a Christian, nor a Baha'i, nor a Muslim, nor anything else. I'm a human in the soul of the man who believes in equality of all. I passed and I matured to understand there was a purpose for the names, and the names have all become one. And now we see the physicality of what Trump has done in the past 48 hours. But why does a child go paradise? Twins every day on the sunlight, sunset. It's a miracle. It's something we don't understand. Yes, up to now, if you were not versed with the new understanding of the work of the plasma. Now that you understand everything in the body of the man is field dependent, you should have been able to answer it very easily. The gravitational magnetic field of going to sleep or why paralysis has a strength. It's like, as we said, crying has a strength. Fear has a gravitational magnetic field strength that in the filter of the brain of the man creates a reaction of contraction and escaping or whatever. So now these two twins, where they are, the condition of the emotion they carry happen to have a gravitational magnetic field strength which is coincidentally created at the time where the sun rises in the interaction of the field of the sun and the earth. That is like a frequency. You tune to radio channel 9.99 and that channel to these two physical conditions at the point of birth is sleep of the arms and the legs, or you call it paralysis. So the question was in the teaching yesterday, if Caroline said we move them to another part of the world, would it be the same time? Or because the fields are different, they might change. But we have hidden strength that works through the soul. Is it the strength of the soul, or is it the strength of the physicality of the field interaction of the earth and the sun, which creates the paralysis? Or the sleepiness of the arms and the leg? So now we understand. Now we can create a machine or put these two kids in a condition slightly at the strength of the motion of the physicality of the soul or the body, and you see them living full time, day and night. All of us gets hit by this. We can move into a condition and then we change. It's very strange that it says about this. In Italy, those of you who are Italian, especially live in the south of Italy like us, we have a collective, this paralysis of the two boys in south of Italy for the whole of Italians. If you're a tourist, you don't feel it. You don't understand it. It's incomprehensible. But if you live in Italy, especially in south of Italy, this condition of paralysis comes in the May, April, May. They call it the sleeping months. Out of nowhere, around about 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you just fall. There is no way they can keep you awake. It repeats itself in a lesser strength in September, October. But the summertime, April, May is a killer. Because the gravitational magnetic field of the earth in the position of the season just tunes to the whole of the humanity in this area that you feel exhausted. It's literally paralysis. That's two bodies of two children. This is the repetition of every year. The first year we stayed here in Italy, we felt it and it was unbelievable. Those of you who even go on my teaching in Barletta, you hear sometimes Rick switches the teaching off because I could not carry on. I just sat on the chair and I fall asleep for a few minutes. It's impossible, Rick can tell you. We could hear you snoring, so they switched my microphone off. So now it should be no mystery. Now we understand the position of the fields matches about these two boys, and it creates that condition. But total environment hits the whole of south of Italy this way. They call it this, it's known as a sleeping months. You just fall asleep lunchtime in the afternoon. There is no way you can keep yourself awake. Impossibility. I even seen on some of the Keshe Foundation visitors who stayed a few months, they got the disease. But it's the field interaction. Now we know the field created touches at the strength in our brain, in the filter of brain, that creates that condition. So now we can explain this mysterious awakening. And it's the same with a girl who loses her hair. Certain field matches the growth of the hair and the way we drop hair every day. All of us loses thousands of hairs every day. Hundreds of hairs. If you're a man and you're a hairy one, you know it better than anybody else. You need a bucket to shovel every month. And this is what it is. Now we understand there should be no mysteries. So when it comes to the explanation now of this light, understand why, where. The light Christ moved out of his own body in the state of the soul. And then when the physicality, the state of the physical soul diminished, he brought his own soul to dictate a new cycle of life in a different dimension of physicality. You call it reincarnation. We know this. So now, as a Christian, explain to us how, what you see, and then enlighten us, because you understand the knowledge.
Well, the actual date plays some kind of role, which creates some kind of gravitational magnetic field strength, which allows it to manifest as a fire, which they call it, which doesn't burn hands for a few hours. And because so many people are gathered to see this, and they believe so much in it, they can
Okay,
see
let's
it.
do some correction. You know, like we do tests, we just say what.
Yeah. Yes.
Is this the fire of a soul that it doesn't burn, or is the fire of the physicality?
No,
So we are talking about different fire. But it
it's
manifests
actual
itself in a
physical fire.
Yes, I understand.
Yes.
But what I'm
yes.
trying to explain, is this the fire of physicality, soul, that it manifests itself in a physical condition? You understand? So it doesn't
Yes.
burn.
Yep.
You understand? So the man walks in
Yes,
a position that creates this condition which the Christ left through his soul.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I understand.
Explain the rest, please. We'll go silent.
Next is the other people. That fire passes over other people, which hold their candles, which are not lit at that moment, and so that wish of each person standing there creates that field that passes that fire onto their hands and candles. I don't know, might not be able to explain it that correctly, but my understanding is that it's the wish of all the people there standing to receive that energy, that fire, that manifesting it in a physical fire on their candles.
You're 100%
that's
right.
all. Yes.
That's how easily you explain 2000 years of mystery.
Yes. The reason I wanted to understand, this properly, because I want to teach this in Georgia, and the Georgians and the Orthodox Church are very powerful there, and I wanted to have every answer that might.
You don't need to answer. Never have an answer.
Well, not
always enlighten.
to explain it.
Understand. To explain
Yes.
through this. Reach their soul before you open your mouth. They understand. Learn to teach through your soul. If you listen to me in past few days, even today, sometimes I go quiet. It's not that I need to gather thoughts. It's I feed that the knowledge spreads equally along amongst the soul of the man. You can teach the soul before you even start talking and understand it. So, as one Georgian, one Christian Georgian have understood this, now, because you have become that light, the rest will start understanding. It's you who have to teach it through your soul, not through your mouth. You can do it from Australia, you don't need to go and teach it in Georgia.
I'm trying to.
You're a Georgian from Russia?
No.
Or Georgia from United States?
No, from former USSR, yes.
USSR,
Georgian.
Russia, we call it.
European.
Georgian, yeah. My ancestors come from there. My great-grandfather used to be part of Georgia.
Yes, you said once, I remember that.
Yes. So, because that was the land where the Jews had a good money-making system, so that's why they were there. So, that's why we have so many Georgian Jews. They were the backbone of a lot of revolution changes after the split of SSR. Georgian Jews did a lot in bringing a lot of things into Russia. I used to work with many of them. You see, you understand now a mystery. By you explaining more, you will understand more yourself. This goes back to what I explained. Go back into the teaching the past few months. You can hold your hand and create gold in your hand.
Yes, with the emotion. Yes, with the emotion.
Yeah. So now is the wishes of the people there that the creation of the field through the soul lights a candle. So we already been knowing this, but the truth has been kept away from you, and a layman like you can explain it so simply. Doesn't need no Jews, no Christians, no Muslims. You teach this to Vatican, they will kill you. Because it's something they use as a mystery to be able to dominate. Now there is no mystery. A layman like you have explained in such a sweet way.
If I can ask another question, it's not a question, maybe I can
Let's
explain
say,
myself again.
answer the question and then tell me the question.
Yeah. So there's also an icons in churches, in Orthodox churches, and people are praying to it, and they give from their soul. I can understand this. And when somebody's sick, they can go to the miracle icons, they call it. They can go to it, ask it, and they can get cured out of some disease or anything they wish. So my understanding of, again, is that the icon receives the energy when people pray on it. And then when somebody needs it, it gives back, or the person who needs it to receive something from the icon wishes through his or her soul that gets manifested, or the other way around. And the other part of it is that some icons sometimes start to cry with the blood coming out of their eyes. That I don't know, I couldn't explain it. I've tried so many times to understand this, but sometimes icons start to cry, blood coming out of the eyes, and yeah, this is one of the mysteries, they call it. So basically what I wanted to say is that when people make an God outside of themselves, doesn't matter if it's a picture or icon, it's not right. So the church steals the energy from people, and then they make you believe that this icon gives you a miracle cure or wish accomplished whatever they decided to receive. I hope I explained myself clearly.
Okay, now try to re-explain again. And see how more you understand.
Well,
it's not that I want you to do, it's just that
well, I understand.
you understand more.
Yeah. Okay, I can go a bit deeper. Maybe the part that I said that sometimes those icons are crying. Maybe because so many people pray on it, the icon creates the plasma around it, and it starts to um, starts to manifest itself or um, create a physicality. But what I don't understand, why is it in a blood, or why is it in a way of sorrow manifestation, because of people that are trying to give that negative energy. Um, probably that's the answer. Yes. Um, so um, basically, the icons in Georgia in Orthodox Church play a big role in people's mind control, you know. And yeah, I've thought about it many times. How could I explain it? And yeah, finally, I understood, but because I'm trying to explain this, maybe it's not that clear from my side, Mr. Kesh.
No, it's good because when you when you bring such a discussion on the table, you haven't come to show a reactor, you haven't shown a new method. With what you brought in, what was discussed between you and me, and what we brought Jalal for, because the discussion you brought on the table today, the seed of it was set yesterday in the private teaching. I knew this discussion will come up today. But there was a need for a soul to deliver in the voice of the man. It's not coincidental that it was discussed yesterday, or another teachings, or what we saw in the move of the American government. We are all a step key into the development of the other souls and gaining position. So now that you brought this discussion on the table the way you explained it, and now that you have explained your understanding, and a little bit we tried to explain the science behind it in the background, more people come to think it's not just a voice. You got to realize many people will listen to these teachings, hundreds of thousands of people. We reach millions through these teachings. And somewhere down the line, you have inspired people to think. Now all these, what you use as miracles to control man, has a physical explanation.
Yes.
Has a explanation that they never thought. And a layman, if I explain this, oh, Keshe said, no, it's not Keshe, it's a man, a Christian who understood the knowledge and can explain it himself. We haven't brought the church that one sits and tells and the rest follow. We brought the ethos of understanding that we all think, that we can all accommodate each other. And this is what forever Dr. Parviz bashes on, the collective consciousness. Collective consciousness of the soul, not collective consciousness of physicality. It's a big difference. We work, we understand, we explain, and in time, when the time is right, someone like you comes and can explain it. A layman can explain the manifestation of the light, because now you have the scientific explanation of it from past 4 years, 5 years. So you understand why they see the light on a Sunday of Easter, or the day of the Easter, and why the people who are present, because they go there with their souls to see, so they have already created the filter. And you got to understand, the soul, the light of the soul of the Christ, bless his name, dictates the manifestation of physicality of himself, let alone the candle. But it's been misused because never understood. Now we understand. It is because everything has a magnetic gravitational field strength. Was it coincidental that that light, the field strength of the planet at a given time always matches and creates that light, that matches the soul of the man, which with that intention manifests itself in the physical dimension of the light. So what you tell us is what we've been teaching. Now you understood. In a way, you came, sat for an exam and you passed. And now you have become a teacher. You have to teach through the soul, not through the physicality, but you can explain the physicality.
Yes, thank
Understand?
you. Thank you, Mr. Can I share a drawing board for
Yes.
a few minutes, please? Rick?
It's Rick who has to stop.
Actually, I have it.
Rick, can you allow him to share, please?
Yeah, he should be able to do that.
Yes,
With this kind of explanation like you do, it stops us to create more profits in the space, because we understand the true process.
this is, for example, is a icon with a saint on it, or doesn't matter. And when people pray to that, it creates my understanding is that it creates its own gravitational magnetic field, and it decides how to manifest itself, and sometimes manifest as a blood, or as an oil. Sometimes it's an oil, holy oil they call it. I don't know. It comes out of this.
Do we know what's inside this thing?
What do you mean, Mr. Fish?
I
Inside
mean,
the
what is
icon?
this? No. I mean, is it a physical blood? Do they?
Yes, they don't test it, of course, but it's red and it looks like a blood.
Okay. Now go back to the science. What is, this is actual, you explained it, and with Jalal we explained it in a different way. We have a field strength that matches with something inside, that is the level of the emotion of the man. You understand?
Yes.
So it's very simple. Everything in the universe is explainable. When somebody, he says, I can do magic, say, explain the magic. Everything is explainable. These things we see in around the world many ways, many times. And here has converted itself to tear, or because it manifests the pain of the man, and within the structure of this metal, this icon, there is something placed that it creates the field. Somebody understood when he made such a thing. You understand?
Yes. Yes.
There is a, if you go to Brussels main square, the main market, Grand Market, there is a road which goes to a statue called Menaka Peace. It's a little tiny boy. It's a, you know, the whole world has Eiffel Tower and God knows what. The Belgians have the little pissing boy. It's called Menaka Peace. It's a few inches high, not much. And as they piss on the whole time, people just go to see it. It's something you go and see. And on the way to go and see it on the road from the main Grand Market, there is a lady lying down. And they say, if you wish, correct, the true wish, and you touch the lady from toe to head, and brings only one wish. If you want a child, you get pregnant. And you see many people walk and touch this statue. Many people. And in a way, it's not the statue which makes you pregnant. In a way, the field within it allows the field within the motion of the man to be in line to receive life. Look at the picture. It's a lying woman. We make love in lying condition, that we can impregnate, that create life. Even the position of the statue is chosen to be. The guy who made it understood the concept, understood the essence of creation. I know many, many people who got pregnant when going to see this statue, where they wanted it, and the soul agreed with it.
Yeah.
There are many, many things like this around the world. There is, we know about Tom Cruise and his wife. They couldn't have children, and we know when she went to make a movie in Australia, in a lake, where the Aborigines always said when a woman wants to get pregnant, goes to this lake, he gets pregnant, and she went, and they couldn't have any children for years. She got married to another man, and in a movie she was making, she went to this lake, and she got pregnant. Because now we understand, it's the field strength which touches our emotion. These field strength, when we see these things, now we understand the knowledge of the creation, that, as I just said in the teaching of today, our brain has created a massive dense filter to convert its fields to physicality. Where the sun takes millions of kilometers to do it, it's more clever. The more compact it gets, the soul, the more cleverer it becomes, because it has more energies packed to go. We say in Farsi a very nice thing. You know the pepper we eat? The smaller the pepper gets, the hotter it becomes. You know, long, paprika you call it, they're sweet. But when they become very, very tiny ones, they're very hot. They say, if you want to taste the pepper, break it. Don't look at its size. You understand? Because it's the
Yeah.
essence of it. So in our soul we convert this. In physicality, many, many people over centuries have been enlightened to this knowledge, and they transfer the knowledge into the physical condition, or statues or other things, that in a way people could understand the knowledge, they would have killed them. The first man who said the earth was round, we know what they did with him. Yeah? So it's the same position. Many people in the time of man have been enlightened, but they could not pass the message, so they hid it in different statues or whatever. And it works, so that's it. But even they themselves couldn't understand, it's the soul of the man. The beauty of it is the manifestation of the soul of the Christ in the physicality body of the Christ, which is called resurrection. It moves out soul with physicality and then remanifests itself. This is done by many, many people who reach the maturity of the soul. The repetition of it, I had said in the teachings, that what Christ did in a short time and he resurrected, was done by the body of the Bab in Tabriz with 900 bullets shooting at him. That was an instant resurrection, because he wanted to show, this is my power. In physicality, the bullets have hit the body, but in soul, he was not, and reincarnated himself. The reincarnation of Christ, which people say he was and gone, has truly been repeated in the martyrdom of Bab in Iran. Clearly, and people don't understand it, just right as part of the history. It is. The Iranian television has made a movie about this, a series about it. This is what is not good to do, but it's the way we have to understand. How can you shoot a man with 900 bullets because he said, I have not finished, and then he's bare his... It's impossibility. A magician, Prophet of God are not magician. It's the resurrection, which means he has left his soul and he manifested himself. In physicality, the physical life is not there. These are the things which we need to understand, and the faster we understand, the faster we become passengers of space, because then nobody can fool us. We just look, what is it? You know, I used to play a lot of magic with my boys, and they're young, they're innocent. It's like human race. Human race is so innocent that all it is, you know, I used to play coins with them and put a coin just in my sleeve and say the coin, oh, they were looking for everybody, actually was in the sleeve. But now and then I show them, says, don't get fooled, the coin is here. You didn't see me, I put it there because I asked you to look at the bird. So this from now on for us has to become a norm. And this, all these things which has happened to us as magic and mysteries has become the backbone of our knowledge to understand we cannot be fooled anymore. We understand the reason. Now explain, when an entity shows you he can create the winds that half of the earth will shake, you say, show me how you do it. How do you change the magnetic fields? You show me the strength, which part of the spectrum you use. Then there is no magic and you don't call him the god of wind. This is the beauty of the knowledge. We have given the man the totality of the knowledge. It's for the man to understand it. Then when you understand it, you can live in the spans of universe. Even when God comes to you and appears in front of you, you say, okay, you're God, these are the sequences. I want to see this, 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 this. Because my soul is talking to you, not me, and I'm you. I am the soul of physicality. I want to see if I want to give my life, my physicality as a soul of the man to you. This is what I explained yesterday in the teaching. The soul of the man has led to the physicality of the soul of the man, that it comes in the dimension of manifestation. So, the soul of the physicality is aware of the existence of the soul of his own created, that it leads to his creation. It's the collective souls of the entities within the egg and the sperm that led to the creation of the soul of the man. And now the soul of the man in return as a collective shares balance equal to all the others to lead to the creation of the physicality of the man, of the soul itself. The sooner we understand this process, then we see the same. The presence of the soul of the man confirms the existence of the soul of the creator. Otherwise there is no creator. Our soul as the soul of the man, which has led to the physical confirmation of the man, confirms the existence of the soul of the creator. Without us, he cannot be confirmed. So we are part of, we are collectively as one. And without him, we cannot confirm the existence of our soul, because we gave, and now we receive from what we gave. We gave to elevate all of us as equal, that we became the soul of the man, and now through it we get the confirmation of our own existence. Then you explain what kind of filters you use between the two. The brain, the space between the solar system, the space between the galaxies, the space between the center of the universe and the galaxies, and then the space between the universe and the soul of the creator. So it needs our physical soul existence as a soul of the man for God to exist, to confirm his existence. I made man in the image of myself. So nobody can trick us. We just got to look at the filter, how the filter is and which fields has been used. And the sooner we get this, the faster we become man of space. If you see on the screen, you see these lights. Let's say these are like the soul of the man, soul of the entities in the universe flying around. And it depends where these lights manifest themselves, as a star or a moon or a light. There should be no more magic for us. There should be clear understanding. It should be clearly understood that we are part of what we are, because we chose to give manifestation to the soul of the creator. It's very easy, it's so easy. Now, do you want to explain to us more of your understanding?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I wanted to say something else. I got disconnected. So this is our body. This is our brain. And this is the soul here, which is, as you explained, it's a small dot. And what we need to do is through, well, what I understood again is through our heart with the giving emotion. We need to increase that field which goes to a soul, which fits soul. So this soul magnetical gravitational field expands and comes out of the skull, which starts to feeding our body and
Let me, it's very correct, but let me expand on the knowledge.
yes.
The heart of the man is collector of the individual soul operation of the emotion of the physical soul of the body of the man. In a way, it goes around and collects all from all the subsidiaries. And then when it comes into the heart, it becomes like the sperm we said and the egg, that they come collectively together and create a soul.
Yeah.
That in the heart, through the operation of the fields of entry and exit of two, the physical and the emotion, lead to creation of the continuous balance of the soul of all part of physicality. And in conjunction with it, in the interaction of these fields with the soul of the man, creates the dimension of the physicality of the man. So if you look at it that way, the soul of the center, not the heart, the center of the interaction, balancing of all the physical souls sits within the heart of the man. That's why when you shoot the heart, the body dies. When the heart stops working, it loses its participation in the physical soul to the main soul of the man to keep the balance. The soul of the man, for example, is the sun, and the soul of the physicality completely connected at any instance is the soul, the heart of the man, within the heart of the man.
Yes.
And the two need each other to confirm the balance between the manifestation of physicality and the existence of the soul itself. That's why brain cannot feed, the blood cannot feed the brain, because brain has its own source. It receives its energy from the universe, from the environment of outside the physical body of the man. And that's why we see no blood vessels inside the structure of it, because it uses it for its manifestation of its physicality. You understood fully?
Yes, yes, I did, Mr. Kesh. And the following, I would say it's a question now. I want to understand, can, how can we create free plasma without with our intention? I'm saying gravitational magnetic fields are, of course, the different emotions at the end of the day. So,
Okay, can we stop there? I'm going to go back
yes,
and then you explain from what you understood and you might understand from this. You have a big door, yeah?
yes,
And now you have to decide how you want to cut this door and where you want to place this door.
okay.
One will be a
So,
piece of cake, one will be a piece of a biscuit, one has to be sweet, one has to be salty. So now you understand the operation of your soul in your brain. Now you have to see what temperature, what distance, where you're going to put what dough, what ingredient you need to be added to it to become a cake, bread, salt bread, and the others. And then the beauty of with you is you don't need the physicality to control it. You have to understand the field strength of the environment that you manifest in that point what you need. It means man has to learn another dimension which already knows but he never comprehended it. Collection part of the fields of the environment where through the release of his own fields can lead to the creation of the other one to see what he has created. This is a very, very delicate, you have to understand. In a way, you need to, it's like a telephone call. You have to receive the message of the lover to be able to speak the love word back to. And it's within us. Our brain has it, our soul has it, but we never understood it. You have to become more educated in the inner working of the strength of different fields in your soul, that I have to detect the field strength of the environment, and at that point I want to release a bread with certain things that in that point taste like a sweet bread, in the other one is salty about half a meter away. Do you understand?
Yes.
So you have to not only to give, you have to learn what am I receiving. This goes back to teaching, even in past few days, in one of the teachings I was explaining, is that our soul, or let's say planet Earth, does not receive any magnetic gravitational field just coming. If it doesn't have it in it, which is needed it doesn't touch it, the field passes on. Somewhere inside the planet Earth, there is a need for a given strength field to come in, because it wants to give what it needs to receive to give it, and then it gives more. So even Earth has a mechanism to know what field the strength. It doesn't absorb all the fields from all over the universe. Just come in, you're there, I take you. It only takes what it needs to manifest the weather, the air we breathe, the interaction of magnesium or calcium, whatever we need. So now you brought a new extension to the knowledge, which we have explained before. And it goes back in part of the teaching very recently, and it's in the book. Earth can only, or the universe can only, or the body of the man can only, or our cell, our soul can only expand into the dimension or the space which is available for it to exist, and is allowed by other universes for our universe to exist within. It's the same, change the universe to the soul of the man and the fields of the environment, and you get the bread or the salt bread or the sweet bread. We have to extend the knowledge, further steps, thanks for you to come to the teaching that we can do it, is that now not only we know we can give, not only we said you can put your hand and create light, because now we have, it's a soul, is part of us, we can do it better. Now we have to understand the need of the balance of the fields of the others at a given point that they like with us to make the bread in that point. The red spot you put in on the board.
Yes.
Now is coexistence, interaction with the fields. Then you can produce anything. Because you respect the environment, you understand it, and you give it to, because it gives a pleasure for your physical soul to be provided by the soul of the man. This is something you have to understand. I explained this a couple of times on the service, maybe we can go in the depth again. The soul of the man gives unconditionally to soul of the physicality for it to see the pleasure of the existence of the soul, and for the soul of physicality to see that it can create physical condition of the manifestation, that it can be observed. That it can be observed that it exists. Soul does not just give to the soul of physicality. It gives to it that the soul of physicality through its power can show that I can manifest myself. And with it, in that manifestation, confirm the existence of the soul. These are not theology, these are pure physical facts. This is science. This has nothing to do with theology. It means those who call it this, they call it the magic because they don't understand it. We are not talking about theory and theology and the existence of God. This is a physical manifestation. The earth exists because through the fields of the sun, in existence, in conjunction, in interaction with the soul of the earth, earth can manifest itself as a beautiful planet. That with it, it confirmed the existence of the sun. So is the soul of the man with the physicality of the man. This is not so if this is theology, so earth is a theory, it doesn't exist. The gravitational field of the earth, in interaction with the gravitational field of the earth, leads to the creation of the condition that the earth can manifest itself as being. Is this a theology? Then we are all in the big pot of problems. It means we are all ignorant to the true essence of creation. And what you show is exactly what it is, so it should not be a mystery. Now you have to understand, this is what in all the teaching is said, you manifest yourself in a space according to the condition of the environment which you appear, and if your physical soul would like to manifest itself in this environment. It's like you pass a road, your wife says, let's go to the party. Says, I don't like to go to this party. This party, they drink, they smoke, and this, and I can't stand it. So I'm not going to the party. If you don't go to the party still goes. But if you don't go, it's the same as if you go, you become another crowd, the party gets bigger. But it doesn't mean the ignorance of non-existence of the party and the ignorance of not you existing. This is where it's a beautiful thing we have, and they put it right at the bottom of the Keshe Foundation website. It has to be right on the top. It says, where science meets the soul of the man. The Keshe Foundation, where the science meets the soul of the man. Because the operation of the soul is scientific, it's not mythical, it's not theology. Those who want to abuse it, stick it to theology and myth. Those like you who understand it can explain it scientifically. And then this creates a problem. They cannot rob it. They did in the name of the church and the mosque and the rest of it for centuries. Now you understand, and in a way you understood before, but you couldn't put it together, that you can create a condition for the wisdom of the man, which is a confirmation of the existence of you. And nobody else, because you have no right to interfere with another soul, unless the soul would like to share part of its fields with you, not all of it.
Yes.
There is no theology in the science, it's a pure physical understanding. And it has to be one to lead to the creation of the other, or manifestation of a condition. There has to be a creator, the one who has the essence of the totality or majority of the soul, of the resources of the energies of universe, that the interaction of itself by the fractions of which are created of itself can per fraction show itself in compare to the totality. We are fields which over millions of years, which has no time in the real life of the creation, have separated, become small, and then fractions, and then ourselves in fraction become in interaction with the center, call ourselves, our existence of the totality. It's like you live in a village, you move out to another field outside, but you still keep in touch with the village. And that village is kept in touch with the city. So the city can exist without you as a village, but the village can exist without you as a person outside. But your confirmation clearly states that there is a village, and the village existence confirms through it people go to the city to get something else which there is more of in. So we go for more of and more of and more of. So the creator needs the soul of the fractures and frictions which created after the interaction of his own fields to exist, to become, to manifest themselves, that through that manifest, confirm the existence of the creator, what we call the God, or the soul, or the solar system, and their own. So, I made man in the image of myself. I have all the attributes of the creator. So, we can create anything in the space ourselves. As I said, Keshe Foundation is opening a number of research centers. And in one of research centers, which we don't disclose anymore, there is a development for these things has started, and we will go to the next phase of it in the coming months and weeks, and you will see. In the coming time, we will create a soul. Exactly how an egg and a sperm come together to create the soul. And then collectively, we accept that will be the soul of this planet as us, equal, that we collectively through this soul, we operate with the rest of the Universal Council, Universal, what do you call it, the Universal Community. This is how everybody else does. Otherwise, everyone goes and wants to report. The body of the man works the same way, so does the universe. This is the reason we set up the Universal Council and the Earth Council. People understand, they look at the physicality of the people of the councils, but in fact, the operation is through the soul of the members of the councils, not their physicality. And nobody has understood this. But gradually you understand. It was the wish of the member of the council not to see war in Middle East. That was the member of the Earth Council, Dr. Paris, and we granted it. Because his wish was pure. He's a man who's seen the war in Middle East, between Iraq and Iran, between two neighbors, and he had to help both, irrespective of his told us in his teachings. He did not want to see that again, and it was granted. We'll see the Sabah will announce different moves in the Middle East, and we respect the leadership of Sabah for their thoughtful understanding through their soul. The same with the Saudi government, the same with the American and the others. We have elevated their soul. This is not coincidences. They see there is no solution for war and war losses. We don't support no radical organization. We support the soul of the man who sits within these organizations, that he wants peace and he carries out his peace. Because now he has the strength as us, that he can receive it, that he can give and elevate. Now the soul of peace has found the tongue of work through our work. That's simple. It was the wish of the Togo Council to bring Pole, to bring peace to Togo, and we see it. One man. These Universal Council members will become a point of strength for the man to understand, because they come through the souls. Those who came with the tainted heart, they have already left and they will live. Those who come with the true souls to serve, they come and they strengthen the whole humanity. There is no theology. It's understanding of the work of the interaction of the fields in the physical state. Theology belongs to those who play magics. Because they never understood, so they can use what are called subsidiaries. There was a reason you came here, and I knew this discussion. It's amazing how people bring the subjects on, because we already have called upon souls to be there.
Yes, I wanted to talk about this, Mr. Keshe, a long time ago, but probably today was the right time.
Thank you very much. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Carry on.
Yes, all I wanted to say is I can talk more, but what I'm gonna say is that at this moment, all I can prove myself that I can make a wish and manifest it in a very close
Don't make
way.
a wish, you can. That's the difference.
Yes, it's before the going to sleep. When you go to sleep and before you fall asleep, you make a wish and put an emotion to it, and somehow, sometimes in couple of days, sometimes the next day, sometimes in few months, it manifests itself. So I've tested it a few times on myself, and yes, it's probably, and my understanding is that I can communicate better to my soul when I go to sleep, because brain starts to um, going to sleep, let's say that way, and I can communicate better with my soul, and when the wish is good um, for everybody, I would say, for others, it manifests more clearly and more um, better way, I would say, the way you wished before you went to sleep. That's all I wanted to say. So thank you very much, Mr. Kesh, and thank you for today, for today's teaching. I will let other people to ask questions. Thanks. Hello.
Yes, we hear you. Thank you very much,
Thank
Shota.
you very much for your
Thank
time,
you.
for enlightening us. Any other question?
We have a question from Jan in the live stream. He says, now that we're reaching peace in the Middle East, what about the peace between the US and North Korea? Whose souls should we elevate to avoid a war between North Korea and the US?
Don't take me there, because I can open a Pandora box. A few world leaders will resign immediately. Yeah? You have to understand, maybe we do, maybe it's time to explain. The problem in North Korea is not US. Then the problem with North Korea is the US itself. This is what they don't tell you. There is something which we know, and I know this is gonna create a lot of problem for maybe whatever reason, for whatever, whoever. But you got to understand, at the moment, chemical testing, chemical warfare testing is illegal across the planet. No one can do any more chemical war tests, physical chemical war tests, but it's done in North Korea. And the nations who are in this business are paying North Korea to do so. So, who's testing new chemical warfare? Who is paying for this to be done? In the Western world, when you want to do a clinical trial, it costs millions to find the people who would like to be tested, and you have to pay them and the rest. Now they pay governments to do this. Which governments are needed to do these things? China doesn't need it. There are 2 or 3 nations who would like to develop their chemical warfare and other new technologies, that where it's one dictator and he can do it and nobody can ask questions. Voila, you got your answer. Israel is one of the biggest investors in North Korea for chemical warfare testing. We know that, it's a CIA report. So where does the money come? We know huge amount of information about missile launch, and the rest of it is given by European government. We have disclosed their name, they know. Knowledge, science in exchange for life of man. So, is there a problem between North Korea and America? Not really. On the surface, yes, but without North Korea, American scientists, governments cannot do the tests which they cannot do in the United States and anywhere else. Call them whatever, but do all your operation inside. This is where it comes. There is nobody, no one saying this. Once man understands the work of propaganda which goes on, what they will do. The biggest contributor to the state of Israel is Saudi Arabia. So Israelis have a great say into Saudi's work, as much as Saudi has, because Saudi Arabia pays to the Israeli government to look after Palestinians. That's how it is. It's not a bribe. It's an open book policy. It's been going on for decades. Without the support of Saudi Arabia, the Palestinians will suffer. It's the beauty, it's the grace of the nation. But to give this help to the Palestinians and give them freedom and whatever, Israelis use the Saudis to play the games that we saw, and this game is finished. You have to open your eyes in the world diplomacy and see the soul of the world leaders. This is what it is. There is no change in it. There is nothing you can say it wasn't or it isn't. It is the reality which it is. China doesn't need North Korea to test, because it's the structure of the nation. They can do whatever they like. They have the knowledge, they have the power, but they're a peaceful nation. They don't need. You have to understand the beauty of this knowledge of the President Xi and the Chinese government. They don't see need, in essence, to develop these things because they can do more for their nations, that they can keep them calm and serene and peaceful. Where the Americans have a different, by shouting, we try to create peace. Actually, it's war, we want to have more. North Korea dilemma is because Americans, Israelis are fighting internally for their own test, and the European, Germany is one of the biggest contributors into North Korea development through another government in Europe. We already disclosed this to the securities. We gave them all the documents. So, is there a problem in North Korea? In the news, yes. They are testing, yes. But nobody is telling you there is a huge amount of chemical warfare testing is going on, paid by the American and Israelis in North Korea. Now you know where the most of the money comes from. The same situation in Saudi Arabia. They want to sell arms, they dictate different ways, and then they put Iran against Saudis. But now the Iranians and Saudis become wise through the soul of the man, and we see. This is the beauty of the technology. This is why we feel comfortable to work with a nation which has one face, not two faces, and that's China. It's the pleasure for Keshe Foundation to be and will support every move of the Chinese government, because they're a peaceful nation. All my technology is at their disposal. They know it. Some of you who didn't know, now you know. I've traveled to China twice, meeting directly with the top people in the country, in the government, to do the full transfers. And in my talks in past few months, you should have understood that. Nobody can stop it. We transfer the knowledge, we transfer the technology. It'll be used for peaceful application. Keshe Foundation team spent time in China as a group, that we developed these things, that it comes because we see the peace through understanding of the soul, and the Chinese do. I have every respect for the Chinese leadership, because they don't talk, they do. I have spent months in China in past few time to make sure the process is complete. At this moment, there is a Chinese team, Keshe Foundation team in China, developing everything for a peaceful application. We are committed to peace, and we work with the peaceful nations. We asked the Chinese community to keep silence about our presence, and they respected it till we announced it. Today is to announce it. It's their time, because we've seen the end of the religions with the move of past 48 hours. We see the other moves going on. And I respect and thank the Chinese community. You met us, and we appreciate your love and care for the foundation and peace. There is no problem in North Korea. If the nations don't want to test and hide. Now ask the Israeli government, open up how much chemical warfare tests you are doing in North Korea. How much Americans are doing tests. Weapon technology tests they cannot do because the Americans hide and shout. This is very clear, you've got to understand. I'll tell you something which is very, very interesting for other points you understand. DuPont, the producer of Teflon in United States, has faced multi-million, they have been committed to 365 million penalties for producing Teflon, which creates the most dangerous 9 cancerous elements in the world. We know they've been banned to produce it in US. You can go, I can publish a list of, because we are involved in this testing. What we talk to is what we are involved. Keshe Foundation is heavily involved. We have spent nearly a year, 2 years in development. Teflon, go on the internet, have a look. The DuPont has been committed to 360 million, 65 million for producing dumping waters in United States that are highly dangerous. It's called PFS or something. You can check it out. Then they have tens of cases, multi-million cases, being sued for people who got cancer from these waters. It's not going to end. DuPont is in a big problem. But all of you, ladies and gentlemen, would like to have Teflon in the house. Yep. They moved the operation to a European country, which is now their water is highly contaminated with the same poison. We are involved in that country. We are working in there to reduce it. We managed to reduce some of it by 93%, some of it by 45%, but through our technology, with the help of the government and the authorities, we are seeing a way to be able to reduce this contamination. It's going to be catastrophic in what do you call it, Europe, if we release the data. It's in the bank, it's in the central data of the Keshe Foundation. Now, people in the United States are still using Teflon. Chinese are watching that it doesn't contaminate because they're aware of it, they're controlling it. Where is it produced? In Europe. Now Europeans are getting cancer because the Americans are using. They exported the problem into Europe. Because now it can be done here. Americans are safe, we don't pay any penalties. But what about the Europeans who are getting cancer? It's in the water systems in Europe now. Heavily. Over 65 water wells have been closed in past 18 months because of this contamination. What is the noise? Now they take this and produce it in North Korea. So you get Teflon from North Korea because the European countries have become aware of it. I can bring you our specialists who are dealing with this. Keshe Foundation permanent staff. We're trying to we are even developing in past 40 years, we've seen part of our development has got a magnetic plasmatic field condition that we are advocating for this purpose. So, you want a Teflon? Americans are having it. Europe has become wise to it, they're going to stop it, heavy penalties. Who's going to do it? North Korea. So now it's a wrap. That's why the nation can afford these things. If the Americans and the Israelis and the Chinese decide, and God knows the rest of the world, there won't be any war. Be open, we can do chemical war tests, chemical, not war, but chemical tests to see what else done in space. We agree, this has been done for extension. But even in that, we have the agreement of the universal community, we don't endanger them. This is part of the job of the Universal Council. This is the short-sightedness, if you look at it that way. You look at the expansion, extension. This is how it should be. Now, is there a problem? Who's financing it? There is a lot. Have you ever thought how much it costs to make these rockets? How much it costs to do all these things that happen in North Korea? Of course. Where is the money coming from if this country is not doing anything? Have you ever stood still? Do they grow grass and feed the people? Or where is all these millions of people that get fed and they're all clothes and everything? We don't see dead bodies on the street. The money comes from United States. The money comes actually through United States, through the state of Israel to finance them. So there is no mystery. They can play the game, but not to us. We see the soul, we have the information. And the Chinese and the Japanese and the Koreans are watching this game. Where is going to be used for what? Why there are so many Israeli scientists in North Korea? So many of them. Or trained by them to do what they want to do. Stand still, think about it. We asked for the end of the state of Israel because of what they've done now in Jerusalem. They ended up themselves. We didn't, we wanted to have peace, and it was done. Because it's done by the world leader, now it's going to be done different way. It takes us a few months, a couple of years, and it'll be done. Then, when they have peace, there is no state of it. It becomes Palestine, it becomes part of our one nation. It's finished. Then they don't need to spend money. We see more problem in North Korea. I've been to the border of North Korea. I spent time in Korea. We listen to the ministers, government make decisions. I don't go there for holiday. I sat down, I was asked to attend 2-3 breakfasts with the Minister of Unification, and I understood the problem. And I could explain to them, there is no problem, and they know there is no problem. But the problem is created because this way it sells arms. Iran being a rogue nation, it sells arms to the rest of the Middle East. Now this process comes out. Now with the intelligence, with the elevation of the soul of the members of the Iran government, that there is no need to war because we are a peaceful nation. We see the retraction. We see the process of peace coming through. It was our wish and it'll be achieved. North Korea is not a problem. As long as the Israelis and Americans don't do weapon technology tests in a country which is sealed, nobody knows. Now everybody knows. Let's see what they do with it. We have intelligence report on this. Highly valued and valuable. So the country is receiving money to test different weapons, different things for different countries, and then we call him a thief too. Very simple. Why Germany, who's not supposed to be in nuclear weapon technology, become the 6th member of a nuclear negotiating team? It's against the law we signed in the United Nations in the Second World War. Japan and Germany should never have access to nuclear weapon technology development. Now you see, now there are investors in another part of it through their consent, through France in North Korea. That's why you see the rockets going up, and scientists who are based in there, we know who they are. They start even killing other scientists like me across the world. We are monitoring everything through the Keshe Foundation intelligence. Because when we are intelligent, we can see where the problem is, we can put our to change the condition, not to interfere. We let their souls to interfere, which they don't even know what happened. Is there a problem in North Korea and America? No. On the surface we fight, underneath we enjoy each other in bed. And it's a very big bet. Very big. The more money goes out of United States and Israel into North Korea than anywhere else, and through for development of the technologies that they want to develop, that later on they can use against China and other places to have more power. Now there is no more power. What's the use of it? There is enough knowledge in the hand of the Chinese from what we left that they can enforce peace, and we support them solely. I support the movement of President Xi 100%, even with my life. He is a man of peace, and it needs to be supported. No games. And if you heard in the past few months, I repeated it many times. We transfer all the energy technology into China. The space technology of the Keshe Foundation will go to China because through it we'll achieve peace. We don't have these Mickey Mouse games. We don't take side. We see what it is. American move their position, we work with them too. Israelis move their position, we work the same too. Saudi is the same, the Iranians the same. Our knowledge belongs to all, we all understand there is no move but peace move. put your weapons down, I give you the knowledge of the universe. You'll be ashamed why even 1 second you contemplated on this. But they have to do it themselves. If I do it, it came and it did. Now we do, we have to stand. End of question. There is something beautiful which I think you have to understand how we spread the knowledge equally. Dr. Gwatwa, are you there that you could share with us how you're doing it in Kenya?
Yes, Mr. Kesh, and thank you very much for your enlightenment.
Please share the screen with us and what you do and explain to us how Africa is getting enlightened equally as the others.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen. I hope it works. And I began teaching a class in Kenya at the Kenya Institute of Organic Farming. This school offers 2-year diploma courses in organic agriculture. I began teaching plasma science at this college in September this year. I go there every Saturday except during holidays. All class participants have signed the World Peace Treaty. What they have learned so far is the Keshe Foundation ethos, which can be simply summarized as, quote unquote, we are here to serve and not to be served. They have learned coiling and nano-coating. They have also learned making and uses of several ganses. What follows then, a few pictures of the class and some of their plasma science activities. That is, those are the students at the entrance to their school. Here, thanks to me. There is some noise in the background. This picture was taken last Saturday when I issued the 3 copies of the 3 books that Mr. Keshe has written, book 1, book 2, and book 3. I mean the creation of the matters in the universe, the structure of the light, and the beginning the beginning of the universe. The universal order of creation of matters, the origin of the universe, and the universal order, the structure of light. All of them have all the copies, all 3 copies. These copies were generously donated by Mr. Keshe himself. I have also invited Mr. Keshe to this class, so he has spoken and taught these students. Here they are outside their block, their classroom block. And here they are in class. This is how they sit every Saturday, or close to that structure, so that we can project. Here they are watching the first Kids Knowledge Seekers workshop. So they know about plasma quite well, because that one explains it very well. This is the area we do nano coating and making of guns. So this picture is, you can see the fire there, we are boiling water, and I love it because it shows that anybody can do nano coating, however meager your resources are. They have done nano coating here. They are in this second process, nano layering, and they are using the multimeter to do proper nano layering and to give direction to the plasma. Here they are making ganses, both pictures. And those are the ganses they have so far made. They collect, that was to the right, that was the first time they harvested GANs, and that was CO2. They have learned how to use liquid plasma, and here they are holding, some of them are holding liquid plasma, others ganses, CO2 ganses, and pain relief pads that they themselves made. I've shown them how to make them. And they have used them and actually know how effective they are. They can testify to that, to their efficacy. And here to the left, I'm just showing them, we are harvesting the amino acids on the top layer of the CO2 boxes, CO2 collection kits, CO2 GANs collection kits. To the right, a picture of a few of them holding their signed World Peace Treaty. And all of them have signed, except they are not all here in this picture. And the Kenya Institute of Organic Farming, the director, students, and I very much thank Mr. Kesh for his donation of books and support. All these books were issued free of charge to the students, and they are not for sale anywhere. And I had printed books more than I issued. Printed 150 copies each of the book, 50 copies each. And I have other people that are not necessarily in this class that I interact with and I teach. So I'm going to be issuing these books to them too. Thank you very much. Indeed, that's all I had to share. But if there are any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Thank you, Gatua. Very good presentation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rick. If there are no questions, I'll just stop sharing.
There's just a comment. Beautiful smiles. We feel deep and intense love. Bravo.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Watt.
Gatua, how many sessions?
For the opportunity. I have 22 students. The question is how many they are? 22 students.
How many sessions did you have with this group?
Quite a number. I started on 16th of September, and I've been going there every Saturday. So I have had, some of the sessions I have had were very practical, so I don't necessarily have the exact numbers of head, but easy to figure that out. Thank you very much. That's Nicholas.
Hello, Gatua. This is Klaus from Austria. Very well. Thank you for your work. And I want to give you a little bit Christmas present. If you want, I can come in sometime on a Saturday and we go into the universal connection field of peace and joy. If you want, we can speak together next time. And if you're willing, we can fix this. Thank you for this wonderful work. Klaus from Austria. For the resonance.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very
okay.
much.
Thank you. Thank you all together. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wata. As you can see, we spread the knowledge across the planet equal, that nobody can abuse no one. And this is the beauty, the way we teach. The same thing now we have allocated for 100 university position in Togo in this coming term. And the following year, when the government has the facilities, we support up to 1,000 students from north of Togo, that they can be educated in universities, that the whole nation becomes equal and not depending on the other one. This is part we have to do. We have, as part of Keshe Foundation, be equal across and support. And each one of us can do part, and it's like a knot. Each knot counts in the mosaic of a carpet when you weave it. And we are, each one of us is one nut in a very big carpet, and it doesn't show the nut we are, but totally together we shine as a beautiful work of mankind. And this is what we have to do. And this is what I appreciate people like Dr. Akwata, when they do, we support them. We are there. We've done that with the other teaching in South Sudan, releasing the books. The books in Africa has to be free. Those who want to support us to spread the books is to be physical. They don't have computers. It's very hard to get access to these things, but the book they carry, and the Africans and the third, what you call the lower spending countries, book is a treasure. They hold it for centuries, they hold it for years, a book, to hold the book, to have a book. And the knowledge is in the book, they can read it through the eye of the man. We have sold many books which we cannot deliver because of the company in Belgium blocking us going out. But in a way, we give you an address very soon. You write to the director of this company, you want to hold the rest, you have taken 25,000. You're a thief, you're responsible, you're blocking us from gaining a knowledge. And tell him to read the book. We'll release the name of the gentleman, the director of the company, which has decided to steal, and nobody should do, it's go public on Facebooks, that this company should be blocked from anybody receiving it because it works on the wrong ethos. It's a thieving. Holding books to be spread as a knowledge is a criminal offense to the soul of the man. But this is the habit of the nation. And we give you the name, all those who bought books and you can't receive, we give you the name. You write to him, says it's our book, we paid for it, we won our book, you've been paid. We give you the copy of the receipt, nearly 25,000 euro. We have a beautiful picture today, we were told. It's been made by one of our Russian knowledge seekers. And it's beautiful to see it. I just had a quick glance of it prior to this. It's good. I explained the knowledge to you afterwards because I don't want to, let us be enlightened by his knowledge, and then we go further in explaining the principle behind it. I would like to share that with us.
Okay, I just promoted Dan to, I think I did here. Let me have a look. Trying to find it in the list. Where did Dan go in the list? I just promoted him into panelist, but
Yeah, he's coming in.
okay, maybe it just took a long time.
Do you have his
I
PDF?
have yeah, I've got the presentation, so we can get that ready. I haven't told Dan yet that he's presenting it right now, but that's okay. Sure, he's
while you're looking for it, the Earth Constitution, which is done by the Earth Council, the French language will be done later on before the closing, and then the standard teaching video which we have. Go ahead, please. Is he there?
Dan, are you there? What happened to Dan? Does anybody see him on the list? I don't see him on my list.
Yeah, he's there. At the very...
Oh, at the very bottom for some reason on my list.
Mm-hmm.
Dan, do you have a microphone that you can open up? I don't see him having a valid microphone. Do you guys see him having a microphone?
No.
Okay, Dan, if you can type in the chat, we can direct you to, I'll ask you in the chat. Maybe you
We
can.
need him to explain this, otherwise we can't show it.
Yeah, we really need him. I mean, there's great pictures and we can kind of work our way through it, but we need his direction.
We need him to understand, to get the essence of the knowledge.
Okay, let's see if we can get him set up. What would you advise, guys? He might have to restart Zoom in order to activate a microphone, or I've asked him as well if he has a mic. The usual procedure is to click on the preferences in Zoom and you can activate your microphone there if you have one. And sorry, Dan, I should have made sure you were set up there beforehand. I think Dan is resetting his system or something because he's dropped out of the panelists. He's probably trying to restart the Zoom.
Okay, do we have anything else that we can, what do you call it, carry on with till he finds his place?
Let me see.
I got a question, if I may. Good morning, it's Caroline. Can I? Did you hear me?
I heard you. I'm not sure if Mr. Kesh did or not. We're not hearing his voice right now. Maybe his microphone's turned off.
Go ahead, Caroline. We allow you.
Good morning, everybody. Good afternoon or good evening. I would, because it's in the same context as what happened with the two boys. It's in line with what you brought forward, Jalal, and what the gentleman brought forward. I would love to get more explanation in how the earth is actually not warmed up from the sun, because when we go above a certain height, everything is cold. So how does the sun interact with its field strength with Mother Earth to give in certain places that change of different heat, temperature we call it? Because we know all when you go to a certain height, even in an air balloon, it can be pretty freezing cold up there. So the earth, the sun is not radiating its warmth from the source, so it's field strength. So how does this interaction with the earth gets created that in certain places you get a higher temperature or a lower temperature? Could that be explained? Because I think it's also important, not only because we can feel it, but we can see it in nature. And we know through the science that there is a warm field and there is such a cold field, but that covers the whole planet. Is this possible, Mr. Kesh?
Yes, but I want to know, we all have this knowledge. Can somebody explain it? If you can't, I explain. The creation of the amino acid and creation of the fields, what we call the light, comes from gravitational magnetic field of the center of the planet, which extends the whole of universe. But at certain space distance from the sun, from the earth, in interaction with the field of the sun, it creates the matter condition. Can somebody close their microphone, please? That's Caroline, I can hear her.
Sorry.
So, but as if you go through all the books and my writings, I explain Earth has a composite gravitational magnetic field. It's the gravitational magnetic from the center of the Earth, which expands, and then we have what we call in science inertia, which comes from the gravitational magnetic field of the matter state. It's like the soul of the physicality. The heating comes from the heating at the surface to the limit of, let's say, half kilometers, whatever, of the Earth, comes from the inertial gravitational magnetic field in respect to the sun and to the Earth internal gravitational field forces. So the composite fields of the Earth dictates two types of interactions. One of is gravitational magnetic field from the plasma inside in the center, which expands and goes throughout the universe in a different direction, different dimension of strength, and at 40, 50, 60, 100, 200 kilometers up, in interaction with the fields of certain field, the strength of the sun, creates amino acid and matter state, as we just explained regarding the body of the man. And then the interaction with the inertial field forces of the matter state of the Earth dictates the field condition of the temperature. So the two are instinct, they are clear. They're very clear. So now we understand. So in the desert, you are more or less monofield, which means it's a very strong field. On other part of the world, like bushes, trees, or continents where they have a lot of trees or whatever, it has a different interaction. And then you have to understand this inertial gravitational magnetic field itself has an interaction with the central gravitational field of the planet as well. So it dictates geological temperature differences due to the field strength with the sun, which creates the heat, and then it creates a gravitational magnetic field with the entity of the body of this Earth, with the physical side, and this gravitational. So we have the two, the three, in a way, with the interaction of then the plasmas which created by the higher interaction with the closer, lower interaction, then we create life. Now it becomes three. But the temperature, the heat, comes from the inertial interaction gravitational fields. The light comes from the order of the internal gravitational magnetic field, not from the inertia. And then the interaction of the inertia with the gravitational magnetic field, with the fields which are created by the sun and the Earth magnetical field, and then the interaction of the sun with the gravitational magnetic field of the inertia leads to creation of life. So there are four field forces operating, each one is separate. One creates the oxygen and the thing, one creates the heat through inertia, and then the interaction of the fields of the two inside the Earth with what they have created leads to creation of life and the matter state and planets or plants and the rest of it. So this is understood fully. So this I've explained in some of the teachings in the past, but this is what it is. That's why we have heat. And then depending how far that the sun ray is with the inertia, we get the summer and winter snows and the rest of it. But now with understanding this, we can create a third field in what you call indirectional fields, which we can create with our plasma systems, as we've seen in the hurricane in Caribbean, that we can override or create a new dome effect that temperature stays exactly as it is, because we use the matter state of the Earth, which was the CO2 and whatever, to create the field of it. So they are part of the structure. You see that the trees and the plants survive with no difference, and the temperature stays constant because we have connected, we made a short circuit. This is why in all my teachings I always say, even the human body tests, which a lot of people do, carbon is a connecting line. So you create a shortcut between the three, and then you have no energy passing through. The wind goes to sea, but nothing damages, because the thing is the way it is. In the test which we are doing now, we are testing in the next few weeks new dimension into another change of environment in the, what you call it, in the different heat and cold condition, which we'll explain when the test is completed. Part of the, is the gentleman back yet? Rick? Have you managed to get him back on?
I'm not seeing him yet.
Okay. Okay, he'll come. We've seen this. We've seen part of this work about a year, 2 years ago in Valletta and in Trani, where we saw the Italian scientists put the pen and they can show the field, magnetic field forces of the paint pens in the water. We can see the dimension of the physicality motion of the field. Something which is very interesting that this is some of you who work in this kind of knowledge, in the expansion of our knowledge, is that some of you have put, and you put the, let's say one of these paint pens in the fridge, in the freezers, you put your ganses in the fridge freezers and then it says, yeah, it's frozen. But what you have to understand is a gans is like a sun, and it has a habit to give to the lower strength that it can bring into balance. So when you put a gans in a condition of a freezer or a freezing condition or whatever, if it is at its strength level, understand the explanation. If it's at its strength level, not at all its strength, it means you still see the gas, but at the strength of the cooling or heating up to become balanced, it becomes balanced with the environment of itself, that it gives so much energy to the refrigerator that the refrigerator has got a pump which is continuously pumping in, so it's draining more and more from it. Then the line of the field strength in parallel or in balance with the water becomes, because don't forget you have a CO2, there is an oxygen connection, and you put it in the water, then you find that when the field strength in the level of the freezer, the strength which is given, is consumed or is come to balance, then the water freezes. We have tested this, I've tested this myself. You can throw water over snow, Gans water, and a water. The water freezes, nothing shows. But if you throw a Gans snow over the water, then what happens is that you see gradually the field strength becomes so weak that the snow flies away, just melts or goes. And the other side, when there is no field, there's no ganses, it stays frozen on the snow. And then as the Gans has given all its fields to its environment, you see the board, which was clear, start gathering snow because it has given what it has. If we keep a continuous flow of the Gans in it, then it will not freeze because it changes the environment. But the taking is so much that it has changed the environment. It does not keep up because they drain it. If the hurricanes in the Caribbean would have lasted a few more days, you would have seen the destruction of the field which was there, because the fields have already replicated. There is so much of it, so much has been used and is kept, but it has a limit. It has certain energy. Those of you who use ganses for breathing, you have to empty your container every day. Otherwise, you do not receive the strength you need. I've seen a lot of people, oh, put some ganses in the Hubble bubble and this is gone. You're just imaginary doing something. Because the ones which any of you use, even the patches, you change your patches on frequent basis. Because it comes to a point of balance. It's a giver, it gives so much, but you have such a big body and so many cells, it gives to everything, but it runs out. Of the strength, you still see the gas, but not that the strength which you need, because it's already been consumed. That is why some of you are successful with your health trials, and some of you aren't. And you say this, because first of all, you don't wash your what do you call it, your Hubble bubbles or your breathing systems. A breathing system has to be cleaned every day because you're creating a new environment. Secondly, you have to change the gas water on the daily basis. Otherwise, you have used what you want. You are imaginary eating something or drinking something or inhaling something. And that's why some of the medical doctors are successful, because they've seen this. When you use a dynamic reactor, you need to change the GANs on a regular basis, not just because I filled it 10 years ago, it still goes on. Yes, it's still there, but not at the strength which fits the human body. The patient number 20 took all of it, the rest of it, what was left. Learn the principle, understand the principle. Then you don't need to have any worries. This is what we see. When you put these pens, when you put your GANs, it says, oh, it freezes. Why? Because it's run out. If you add more GANs into it every time, it will stay there because you're supplementing what is getting given to the fridge and to the gases. But the gases continuously get energy from outside and they pump themselves to bring the condition. We have to understand the technology, not just copy it because somebody did. And this video, why this teaching of our colleague is there to be shown, it is, when you see it, you understand it, and it enlightens you to understand more. Is he there, Rick?
Sorry, I'm still not seeing him come in. I sent him an email, so I'll try to find out what's going on. He might be having trouble.
Maybe we can use him next week.
Yes.
We're going nearly to 3.5 hours. I think we had a good share of knowledge today. I hope you understand more. And if you would like to let us have the French translation of the Earth Constitution from the Earth Council.
Yes, indeed. I have that ready to go. And that will work out good with our Facebook restart as well, if we can do that and then do our 20-minute ending video.
Okay, thank you very much for being with us today. I say goodbye. We'll listen to the French Council translation, and then we'll listen to the teaching video if you want to learn any more, because every time you look at it, you learn a little bit more. And I hope we could explain a lot more about your soul and understanding that theology is part of the science of the universe, because theology doesn't exist. It's the man who hasn't understood the knowledge of the universe has converted in theology to abuse another man. Thank you very much. Thanks for being here. And I thank all the Keshe Foundation team worldwide for your work. Relentless, timeless work that it changes and brings so many changes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you very much, as always. Okay, we have Frederic, I believe. Are you ready to?
Yes, absolutely. Is my sound good?
Let's try it a little bit to make sure. Go ahead. Just say something.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Keshe. Thank you, everybody. I'm very honored to read this constitution.
Okay, this sounds good. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
You're welcome. Nous, les âmes de tous les êtres vivants connectés avec la planète bleue, la Terre, créons par la présente la constitution de la planète bleue, la Terre, une nation, une planète, une race. Constitution. Le Conseil de la Terre a été créé pour garantir, en donnant des droits égaux à tous les êtres, qu'il n'y aura plus jamais de nouveaux conflits ou de guerres sur cette planète et au-delà, par ou contre tous les êtres et citoyens créés. La fin de la guerre et l'établissement de la paix seront atteints à travers la compréhension du potentiel de tous les êtres créés. Le chemin à prendre pour la paix doit être d'apporter la compréhension que les solutions sont obtenues par le dialogue et l'élévation de l'âme de l'adversaire, plutôt que par la dégradation ou l'avilissement d'une autre âme ou existence physique. La paix doit être l'objectif de chaque action dans l'existence de chaque être sur cette planète. Le Conseil sera le porte-drapeau de cette motion, afin de créer un environnement où la paix peut être atteinte sur Terre. La paix doit être la pierre angulaire de l'existence de ceux qui viennent de cette planète et ou de ceux qui choisissent de vivre sur cette planète, de même que pour ceux qui viennent de la Terre et choisissent de vivre dans l'espace. La Terre doit devenir le berceau de la paix pour et de l'évolution de toutes les races. Nous, le Conseil de la Terre, reconnaissons que la Terre fait partie du système solaire, de la galaxie, de l'univers et de tous les cosmos. En tant que telle, la planète Terre doit faire partie du cycle de la création en soutenant la planète et tous les êtres qui y vivent, afin qu'ils s'élèvent au-delà du cycle actuel de l'évolution pour une existence plus épanouissante et paisible. Nous reconnaissons la Terre-Mère comme étant elle-même une entité vivante ayant sa propre âme. Chaque atome, plante, animal, humain, insecte, microbe, ainsi que tous ceux qui restent à découvrir, sont des âmes qui partagent l'essence du Créateur, de même que les champs de la planète Terre. Ensemble, nous nous rassemblons pour former l'âme collective de la planète. Nous reconnaissons que tous les autres êtres sur cette planète ont besoin d'être soutenus, nourris et autorisés à prospérer dans la paix, y compris les animaux, les plantes, les écosystèmes et les autres êtres invisibles, ainsi que la Terre-Mère elle-même. Tous seront soutenus pour grandir et prospérer à sa guise, car cela améliorera la vie, non seulement sur cette planète, mais partout ailleurs, car nous reconnaissons faire partie du tout. Coopération mutuelle, collaboration, partage et contribution au bien-être de tous devraient être les tâches principales du Conseil de la Terre. Notre objectif est de soutenir la planète dans son ensemble et tous les êtres qui y vivent. Nous servirons à créer un environnement de préservation et d'harmonie dans lequel tous les êtres peuvent grandir et prospérer selon leur propre et unique manière. Les 6 membres du Conseil de la Terre. Chaque continent de la Terre est représenté par un membre, ceux-ci étant l'Afrique, l'Asie, l'Australie, l'Europe, l'Amérique du Nord et l'Amérique du Sud. Chaque membre représente les besoins et les souhaits des peuples qui vivent sur leur continent, ainsi que de la totalité des êtres qui y résident. Processus de sélection. Les membres doivent avoir vécu sur au moins 2 continents et parler au moins 2 langues. Cela permet d'avoir des perspectives plus larges de compréhension lorsqu'il s'agit de prendre en compte les besoins de toute l'humanité. Clarté des âmes. Les 6 membres du Conseil de la Terre sont là pour servir à partir de la compréhension de leur âme à travers la manifestation de la physicalité. Mandat du Conseil de la Terre. Soutenir et servir, pourvoir et protéger. Apporter à notre âme la compréhension que le pouvoir est de se gouverner soi-même en interaction avec les autres âmes et créer une coexistence pacifique. Notre intention est de faire ressortir le meilleur du meilleur dans chaque âme vivant sur cette planète bleue que nous appelons Terre. Donner à la manifestation physique de notre âme la liberté de vivre en paix, dans l'amour et la confiance sur cette planète et dans l'espace. Nos souhaits sont que tous les êtres vivants dans la création demeurent dans la paix, l'harmonie et la tranquillité. Il est temps d'accéder aux ressources et de les partager équitablement et de manière juste entre tous les êtres. Le Conseil de la Terre servira et sera un soutien pour assurer à tout être ce qui suit. 1. Liberté d'association. 2. Liberté d'expression. 3. liberté de mouvement. 4. Liberté de ne pas subir la faim. 5. Liberté de ne pas subir le manque de ressources. 6. Liberté d'explorer le chemin pour comprendre notre propre âme. 7. Liberté d'apprendre. 8. Liberté de contribuer à la société selon nos talents et ce que nous aimons. 9. Liberté de choisir à travers notre âme comment, quand et si nous désirons nous manifester dans la physicalité. 10. Liberté de ne pas être la propriété d'un autre. 11. Être libéré de toute suppression des technologies nouvelles et innovantes et de la suppression des informations pour des applications pacifiques. 12. Liberté de partager. 13. Liberté de penser. 14. Liberté d'aimer et de donner. 15. Liberté de choix. 16. Liberté de partage. 17. Être libéré d'un système monétaire. 18. Être libéré de toute punition, pas de captivité ou d'exécution. 19. Être libéré du conflit et de la guerre. 20. Être libéré de la peur que les autres nous refusent ces libertés. Il ne doit pas y avoir de frontières nationales ou régionales, pas de distinction entre les couleurs, les races ou les chemins de croyance, pas de préjugés culturels ou de barrières monétaires nous séparant les uns des autres ou d'avantages injustes de l'un sur l'autre. Il ne doit pas y avoir de titres héréditaires ou de rôle de gouvernance hérité, ce qui englobe la parenté, la dictature familiale ou la royauté sous quel titre que ce soit. Il n'y aura aucune crainte de punition d'aucun crime. L'élévation de l'âme de ceux qui font le mal permettra l'abolition de toute forme d'emprisonnement et de peine capitale. Grâce à l'éducation et au partage des connaissances au niveau de l'âme, tous les êtres s'élèveront. La punition n'a pas de place au niveau de l'âme dans la compréhension de son propre champ de force. Nul besoin de système monétaire qui échange des biens et des services contre du travail. Nous allons créer un environnement où l'argent n'a pas sa place dans la société. Lorsque tous les besoins physiques de tous les êtres seront satisfaits, le travail sera source de plaisir pour les autres et pour nous-mêmes. La fin du système monétaire apportera une ère de bien-être et d'amour véritable à l'ensemble de l'humanité sur cette planète bleue. Nous ne devrions travailler que pour la pure joie que cela procure, pour servir les autres et élever l'âme des autres aussi bien que la nôtre. Tous ceux qui souhaitent servir en tant que décideurs et guides peuvent offrir de servir avec la compréhension de leur âme et obtenir le consentement des autres afin qu'ils puissent remplir le rôle requis. L'élévation de la compréhension nous permettra de reconnaître la force unique du champ de leur âme, les habilitant à servir au profit des autres et à élever toute l'humanité. Ces personnes serviront à éclairer et inspirer l'élévation chez les autres. La gouvernance vient de l'âme de l'homme et avec l'accord des autres pour servir. Nous respectons toutes les formes et états de toutes les entités sur cette planète bleue et au-delà. Tous les êtres sur cette planète auront les mêmes libertés. La liberté de vivre en paix avec les autres dans un environnement de dignité et de respect mutuel. Tous auront la liberté de choisir de vivre de la manière qu'ils désirent, dans le respect et la considération des autres. Tous les êtres sur la planète devraient être soutenus pour leur permettre de vivre sans pénurie. L'accès aux besoins de base comme un abri, de l'eau, de la nourriture, la sécurité, les matériaux et la liberté d'utiliser les champs énergétiques d'origine terrestre ou universelle devraient être une priorité, ainsi que la paix et la stabilité afin de permettre le bien-être émotionnel et la poursuite de l'illumination. Toute diversité est reconnue comme une expression unique et diverse du Créateur et sera choyée et célébrée comme apportant de la richesse à nos vies. Chaque être devrait être aidé et encouragé à s'instruire. L'humanité en particulier a besoin de liberté pour explorer et comprendre cette connaissance, qui ne peut être acquise sans la liberté de ne pas avoir à travailler constamment pour survivre. Créer les outils pour devenir indépendant, l'autoresponsabilité des humains devant être une priorité. L'âme des êtres dictera et gouvernera de manière responsable par un mode de vie juste, équitable et correct au profit de toute la création. Pour la première fois dans l'histoire de l'homme, avec le libre arbitre au niveau de l'âme, l'apprentissage de l'âme se fera dès l'enfance. Quand les catastrophes naturelles surviennent, nous devons venir en aide à tous les êtres de la région, sans favoritisme et en soutenant le tout. Cela comprend la compréhension de l'écosystème de la planète et de ce dont tous les êtres ont besoin dans leur cycle de vie. Tous les êtres auront accès aux ressources et les partageront en temps d'abondance comme en temps de désastre. Quand un conflit survient, nous devons négocier une issue pacifique pour toutes les parties, toute l'humanité devant recevoir une paix durable. Ceci n'est réalisable que lorsque tous les besoins des parties sont pris en compte. Tous les êtres méritent d'être protégés de toute atteinte à leur intégrité physique ou émotionnelle. Processus de prise de décision. Aucune majorité ne peut enfreindre les libertés d'une minorité. Le consensus sera atteint par le dialogue et l'élévation de l'âme de l'homme. Toute décision doit être au bénéfice de tous. Chaque être sera respecté de manière juste et égale à tous les niveaux. Chaque action des âmes des êtres qui gouverneront sera menée de manière pacifique. Apporter la paix à la planète et à tous ceux qui y vivent doit toujours être notre objectif. Servir les besoins de tous est le seul moyen d'y parvenir. Invitation. Que tous les êtres, du plus petit au plus grand de la création, viennent pour célébrer, goûter et embrasser la paix, l'amour, la confiance et la liberté. Tous les êtres sont ici pour atteindre le plus haut niveau de l'humain et de toute la conscience, élévation des âmes. Que toutes les âmes déposent toutes les armes d'agression, les haines et les différences. Obtenons la paix et la tranquillité sur cette planète bleue que nous appelons Terre. Tous les êtres vivants vivront en harmonie avec toutes les créatures sur cette planète bleue que nous appelons Terre et à travers tout l'univers. Les principes directeurs de la conduite physique sont appropriés jusqu'à ce que les âmes des hommes comprennent leur fonctionnement et position à l'intérieur des limites des principes universels. L'âme mérite de tout connaître des différents niveaux de la création. Toutes les âmes vivantes ont la liberté d'être égales, de vivre en paix et de prospérer ici, sur Terre et au-delà. L'âme de tous les êtres fera ressortir le meilleur des talents, des forces et des beautés à partager et prospéreront à travers la création. Reprenez votre pouvoir, le pouvoir des âmes de gouverner tous les êtres vivants ici sur Terre. Le pouvoir n'est pas le mensonge d'un dirigeant ou d'une entité dans le but de contrôler ou de dominer les autres, mais vient de l'intérieur de nous pour aimer et donner paix, amour, béatitude et liberté aux autres. Cette constitution terrestre a la meilleure intention de paix, d'amour, de confiance et de liberté des âmes de tous les êtres vivants, y compris d'autres entités à travers la création. Cette constitution a pour but de permettre à tous les êtres de faire de bonnes choses avec le plaisir de travailler et de servir aux côtés et avec d'autres âmes pour voir la beauté de la création. Cette constitution est souple et peut être ajustée à tout moment selon les besoins. Par exemple, la conduite de l'homme pour la coexistence pacifique, les traités de paix entre l'homme et l'homme, pas de guerre ou toute forme d'agression sur cette planète bleue que nous appelons Terre, et le contact avec d'autres entités de différentes régions de l'univers. La constitution de la planète bleue, la Terre, sera mise à jour en janvier de chaque année. Addenda. Cette section est destinée à être vide pour de nouveaux amendements à venir, au besoin pour maintenir la paix sur cette planète bleue et au-delà. Écrit par les âmes des peuples de la planète bleue, la Terre représentée par les membres du Conseil de la Terre. Alex Exbaran, Meran Kesh, Wayne Nguyen, Parviz Rashvand, Lisa MacDonald, Rodrigo Vildosola. Merci à tous.
Well, thank you very much. That was really well done. People were commenting how clear it was in the French.
Thank you. It was an honor for me.
Okay, Mr. Kesh, just to let you know, we do have Don back now, and he would be able to talk about his presentation if you wish, or we could put that off until another time. Mr. Kesh, can you hear me, or maybe you're not available now? We're not hearing you if your microphone was off there. Oh,
Hello, yes, I'm here.
hello,
I
Mr.
said
Kesh.
bye.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we can end it if you like. It's just that Don was able to get back in, and if we wanted to continue
We
with
can
that.
do it next week.
Okay,
That's,
that's
yeah,
fine.
because then we go past. But there's a lot to explain with that video.
Right. Might be
Thank you
good
very
to
much indeed.
start. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Okay, so we'll end our basic, this part of the 201st Knowledge Seekers Workshop for today, Thursday, December 7th, 2017. And we'll have a presentation on the end here that I believe Flint will have ready.
Yes, I'm ready.
Is there anything else we need to address before we get into that? Is there anything I missed?
I would like to only to say one thing. The pictures what Dr. Gatwa he's show us, it was very beautiful, and such a pictures will be hundreds and hundreds in the future, in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Jalal. Thank you, Gatwa.
You're all very welcome. Thank you.
Okay, great show today. Let's take it away, Flint, and have a nice ending.
Just as we require Earth suits to live on this planet, we would require ships for travel in outer space. However, these spaceships must be dynamic and conscious in nature. In other words, the spaceship must easily be reconfigurable and adaptable to meet different challenges and scenarios in different parts of space. Therefore, constructing a spaceship out of similar materials as we would do a car, boat, or airplane just doesn't cut it. The spaceship must be created out of Megrav's plasma. Since it is naturally conscious, Megrav's plasma can be concentrated and configured by thought, according to the requirements of space travel. Being dynamic, the spaceship would be able to grow to accommodate more within herself, or shrink to navigate difficult areas of space. Crew living spaces would be dynamically reconfigurable and never boring. During space travel, the spaceship would replicate the Earth's gravity field via Megrav's plasma in order to protect the crew and for the crew to be able to function as they would on Earth. Various cosmic rays and gravitational fields of different magnetical strengths would be encountered during space travel. Through Megrav's plasma science, these rays can be converted and used according to the needs of the crew and spaceship. Space travel means being away from Earth for months, years, or decades at a time. There's no practical way to bring large stores of oxygen, food, and water from home for such long voyages. Once again, Megrav's plasma can be constituted in such a way that vital nutrition would reside in the very air that the crew of the spaceship breathe. Eating and drinking would be reserved purely for pleasure and as a social activity, and food and drink can be constituted out of Megrav's plasma as desired. Are you ready to become the space explorer today?
Okay, Mr. Kesh wanted to share this picture with everyone at the end here. He sent it through and he says, it's our gift to the Chinese community and thank them for their hospitality and trust and their work in the foundation. We thank you for your beautiful nation and people. Okay. Thank you for that, Mr. Kesh. And thank you, everybody, for attending today. Okay, there we go. Thank you, Flint. We'll end the workshop for today.